Good morning. Welcome to UBC Television. We are live at Nile Avenue. That is where you can find us. And guess what? We are the national broadcaster and also the official broadcaster of the currently running G77 Third South Summit. Welcome once again. It is a Monday and I'm glad to be alive. Hopefully you are glad to be alive. We shall be keeping you informed just in case you don't have the time to keep up with anything that has to be put out there. Could be on social media, could be in the papers or any other website. At UBC Television, we have all the information. All you have to do is just tune in and listen because we have gathered all the information. Otherwise, welcome back from the non-aligned movement. And as of now, Uganda successfully holds the chairmanship of the non-aligned movement for the next 3 years, headed by our dearest president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And currently running, as I said, is the G77 Third South Summit, that is G77 plus China. That is what it's dubbed as. And well, we are here still to give you all the information. As of yesterday, President Museveni as well assumed chairmanship of the G77 plus China Summit and also the G77 plus China in general, the Third South in general. And well, this is a good time for Uganda as a country, and we are seeing a lot of things that are yet to happen. According to President Museveni, we continue to pledge as a country, as a chair, that we are leaving no one behind. Having mentioned some of the challenges that are affecting the developing countries, especially those under the G77, we are headed for a seven-year gap or a 7-year period that is supposed to see changes to lead us into the 2030 goal that is meant to enable us move to the right direction when it comes to eradication of poverty, especially in developing countries. Welcome to the show. My name is Chantal Olive Akandinda, and of course on set, I do have Cherabo Robert Nyonyitono, I do have Olive Monica Najuma, and Jerome Paul Sonko. Let's see how the team is holding up this morning. I will not say welcome back from the weekend because there was no weekend. Let's see how they're holding up and see how far we can go this morning. Good morning, Robert.
A lovely morning to you and of course our viewers. Well, we are all smiles because yes, we have visitors, we were told to smile, but importantly, hosting the non-aligned movement successfully and now the G77 plus China Third Summit in this country. One thing that is very important for all Ugandans is that this has boosted our profile as a country, Uganda's profile, and also our influence as a country on that global scene. So why not smile for that? But also very important to note is that we are hosting the third summit of the G77 plus China 18 years.
18 years, thank you. This is
18 years.
18 years later.
Because it was last held in 2005 in Qatar, that was in June.
Yes.
So it has been 18 years without this summit sitting. So it is sitting in Uganda, first in Africa.
Right.
Also first in Africa. So we're also proud of that. But also very interesting is that we are holding it at a very critical time. When since we set the Sustainable Development Goals, it is now 7 years remaining to 2030, and the world is looking at how best do we achieve this. As Excellency said that we've passed half of that time. But
and we are late.
And we are late. Little has been achieved. So it comes at a time when how are we going to steer this in the next coming forums after this to ensure that developing countries' priorities are achieved.
Great. Well, I'm looking forward to what the president is going to, put in place or advocate for, or what is going to table as the solutions or as the way forwards that we are going to base on to make sure that we hit the 2030 agenda. Well, let's see what Monica feels like this morning and how she expects her week to look like, being that we are still smiling for the visitors. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that smile. Good morning, Olive.
Well, good morning, Chantal Olive. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm great. I'm excited about the new day. So it's for me, it is bright colors, bright thoughts, everything bright.
You look bright.
Thank you.
baby pink over.
Oh, come on, Robert, you're colorblind. But good morning, dear viewers. We thank you for keeping with us all through last week. It was a marathon of summits. We had so many back to back, but we love that you stayed with us and that you have kept with us, keeping track of everything. We see your comments on Twitter. We see the comments that you send in, and of course the opinions here and there. And of course, we know that for some that were confused at the beginning about what the Non-Aligned Movement Summit meant, now you know. And yesterday I had questions about the G77 plus China and how we are going to be able to achieve from that. And I'm glad to know that since yesterday we've been giving you nuggets and nuggets here and there. But of course, even the president, while addressing the summit yesterday, during the opening ceremony, he pointed out a few things. And among these, he said, the G77 plus China summit comprises of countries that represent about 80% of the global population. And then he made a point, Robert, that stood out for me, where he said we need to expand trade zones, open up more trade zones and create free trade zones so that developing countries in the G77 can now have even an extended market when it comes to the products that we produce. So I like this, and like Chantal said, we will see what it is going to be. We are hosting a summit after 18 years. Now we wait to see what is going to come out of the final document and how it is going to be adopted.
Great. And you know, President Museveni identified about 4 key areas that, according to him, would be key areas that we focus on to make sure that we eradicate poverty. And well, we're talking about wealth creation and job creation, and these were industrialization, services, then talked about commercial agriculture, and also talked about information and communication technology. Those are the 4 key areas that President Museveni intends to look at to make sure that we eradicate poverty in these developing countries. Good morning, Sonko.
Good morning, Chantal. And good morning to you, our viewer, wherever you are. And well, it's a Monday, fresh new one, I should say.
It's a good week, yeah?
Yes, a good week. Indeed, a good week. And after a marathon of events in the past week, the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, now we do have the G77 Summit ahead of us. We are also yet to conclude it because this one is only running for 3 days, really. But we've done good as a country, I should say, because holding chairmanship for 2 of these particular summits as well is something very vital to note. But also when you look at some of the pillars, some of the key priority areas President Museveni did mention, most of those are pillars of the parish development model, and also most of those are well encrypted in the National Development Plan 3. So when Uganda is also pushing for the Agenda 2030, you do realize that most of these are things that the government of Uganda has for long been able to push. But also what caught my attention, though, is at the start of it, you get to realize that most of the heads of state and heads of delegation yesterday were all congratulating Uganda on such a huge milestone to be able to successfully host the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, and then further and beyond host the G77 Summit. The President also called upon all these member states, by the way, to collectively fight, promote, and also protect human rights, as well as upholding development. Something that I actually loved, because as you are upholding development and also pushing for development, you get to realize that it's also very important to see that human rights are protected and promoted. And he did use a word that was do not promote human rights in more of in a politically, but rather be objective in a way. Make sure that at least in every decision you make, it is based on the human rights criteria, not just because of your political affluences. So that is something I really loved about the start of the G77 Summit. But now I'm looking forward to seeing what next, as we'll be holding the chairmanship for this particular one for a period of 1 year until the next meeting comes up after this year.
Great. And well, you know, when you're talking about President Museveni's delivery, you do note that he's emphasizing that people are important. At the end of the day, you cannot achieve all these goals and targets if the people are not involved. hence the issue of human rights being mentioned. And it's the people that do the work, it's the countrymen that support the work. He also emphasized self-sustainability, and as countries that belong to globally, the global south, he emphasized we need to be more self-reliant, but also thanked the rest of the countries that have been supportive, especially China, in ensuring that the global south, or the countries that are part of the are regarded as part of the global south, are developing and at a steady pace. One question to you, the team: what do you anticipate as we draw to the closure of this summit? To you, Robert.
Well, this summit, what I anticipate most is what most of the speakers that spoke yesterday pointed. And I can summarize their message in about 4 specific areas. That is accelerating the speed towards the sustainable development goals. Speaker by speaker mentioned that we need to accelerate the speed. We're not doing very well as countries in the south, so how best do we get there? But also the issue of the debt burden. And here, remember, His Excellency was talking about putting emphasis on how we can change the financial architecture of the world to have a better economic order that favors developing countries. Right. That I expect. Issues of climate change. There's going to be a very big talk. The UN Secretary General, the President of the UN General Assembly, the Vice President of Cuba did mention that, and above all, the new chairman, His Excellency, talked about issues of climate change. But also, I expect issues of the conflict in Gaza, where we saw the UN Secretary General very vivid there, talking about that this is unacceptable. Right. We must believe, when we look at even laws that govern engagement of wars, you can't kill civilians to this magnitude. It's more or less a genocide. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, our president, talked about that. The Cuban vice president talked about that. So speaker by speaker, the situation in Gaza is something that has been coming out very profound there. And also the issue of human rights, where the president said we should be objective and not politicize human rights, but they're important to uphold. That is why there's a very interesting question at the conference, at the press conference, when one brought in Uganda having passed the law on anti-homosexuality, and the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres was very clear. He said, when you look at the principles, our constitution, the Declaration on Human Rights, it prohibits discrimination of people on their faith, color, and sexual orientation, among others. So it is a human right that has to be protected. This as well must be protected. So those are the areas that I'm very sure and I anticipate to see at the outcome. Where do they stand clearly?
You know, there is also an element of diplomatic relations. Right. When you look at what is normally happening at the sidelines of these summits, most of the heads of state, heads of delegation, or heads of government in their various capacities are always having sideline meetings. And these particular meetings are always to strengthen diplomatic ties. We've seen Uganda with Azerbaijan. We've seen, you know, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with a couple of other ministers from different countries. Most of this is to ensure that countries, you know, deepen their cooperation, deepen their partnership. And it's something I'm looking forward to seeing in the next, let me just give it a time frame of maybe the next 10, 20 years, because these are long-term kind of agreements. Yes. And every time you sign a long-term agreement, you're looking at the bigger picture. You're looking at how best you're going to, you know, to tread together. Going back to what President Museveni did reveal on day one of the summit. That was day one of the meeting, of the government meetings back at the Non-Aligned Movement Summit, where he did mention that it is quite important for us to tread with people whereby when we sell to you, you also sell to us. So it's a win-win for the both of us. So when you look at these particular agreements, the diplomatic ties, it is always a win-win kind of situation for all, politically, economically, and of course some cultures that are picked and adopted here and there to make the social aspect even better and the friendship quite enormous.
But also, as we speak about trade, developing countries, I hope they do not just go and complain about, for instance, we cannot send finished products to developed countries. We are selling raw materials. I hope that the governments can also come back into their countries and look into the fact that in as much as we know that we need to send processed goods or finished products, we need to develop the infrastructure that can make that possible. Because when you look at most of our countries, we are lacking in that area. And it's not, people know that we would be gaining so much more if we send processed products out there. But also to have a wider conversation around goods that come out of developing countries, especially like in Africa. For instance, the case of Uganda, the most products we export are agricultural products. But have we put in place necessary infrastructure to ensure that we can be able to actually export processed products?
Well, also the issue of these countries getting a position on the United Nations Security Council. This is also something that, yes, I'm keeping my ears
a permanent position.
Very sharp because the Secretary General of the United Nations emphasized this and said by the time this UN structure was created, most of these countries actually even had never gained independence. So how would they be represented then? But the issue is after time, these countries, it's been a long time, and we cannot still have that archaic structure still leading. We've had conflicts where if you're not part of us, then you can't plan for us. If you're not part of that table where decisions are made, the various wars we're having across the globe, many of them are in Africa. Wars we thought were gone, but they're still happening in Africa.
Well,
now,
we are the most important stakeholder.
Now for you, you're somewhere thinking for solutions of a situation you don't understand best. So I hope that they will capture it very strongly and it will go through. And I'm very happy we have some signs of hope because they said America is willing at least to have one representative from Africa. France is also willing. The United Nations, China is also willing. So there is a ray of hope that we may have a representative.
You know, also the other hope is the fact that the North is also further committed to supporting the South. However much the South is actually growing and developing, you know, the UN Secretary did also reveal that it's also, it should not cross the minds of the people from the South to think that maybe the North will no longer be committed to helping them, especially to overcome poverty, to overcome the issues of hunger crisis, to overcome debt and everything. He did reveal that there is the North commitment to ensure that everything continues to move on smoothly. Because as we continue globally, you get to realize that all these particular blocks have to work hand in hand for unity of humanity.
Great. Well, just that is what we are expecting, and a number of things that are going to be coming out of the G77 plus China summit. And well, at this moment, just to give you what is happening today as part of the program, it is the 22nd, and tomorrow will be the last day of the G77 plus China summit. And as of today, we are going to be expecting arrivals of heads of state and government and heads of delegation at the summit plenary hall. Then we will have plenary sessions of heads of state and government and heads of delegation. We'll have statements by heads of state and government and heads of delegation. Then after that, there will be a lunch that will be served. And after, we'll have also a plenary session of heads of state and government and heads of delegation. We'll have statements by heads of state and government and heads of delegation. And at that, after all that, we will have a closing session which will be closed by a statement from the new chair of the G77 plus China summit, that is His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and that is going to be what will close the day. And that is how the program looks like. Our team is already at Munyonyo. Our team is ready to give you anything and anything that takes place in there, because not everyone had access to that place. And as the national broadcaster, as the official broadcaster, we will be giving you all the information that you need to know from there. And the outcomes, of course, I'm looking forward, because this is great for our country. We are headed for greatness after all this. Well, we can't go further than that, but we do have what is in the dailies this morning. Sonko.
Well, with the dailies this morning, the New Vision today is highlighting G77 demands fair loan conditions. As the headline, NAM members want representation on UN Security Council. More of that is in the New Vision today. Then Cecilia Ogwal treated me like a son, says her driver. Then you can also see a pictorial of the G77 plus China summit, heads of state and delegation, and the official photograph is at the front page of the New Vision today. Chambogo Deputy Vice Chancellor on the run over alleged defilement. Read about that report. Then First Lady honors visiting spouses. More of the report is in the New Vision today. 50 investors to set up multi-billion projects. Which investors? Where are they coming from? The New Vision gives you more. Then also, let's look at what the Daily Monitor is highlighting on this fruitful Monday. Queries after lawyer shoots got dead. Read about that report from the shooting at the Kings Park Arena. And then also, tasks ahead as Uganda takes over G77 leadership. That is in the other news. Now, in healthy living, why the pap smear is important. Then a pictorial back home. Return of Cecilia Ogwal's body kicks off week-long activities. In the other news, NAM states decry visa ban for UN meetings as Ugandans using Kenyan mortuaries. An interesting report on that one. Now, in the other news, in regards to education, Aga Khan School in Health Drive. Then the Lizard highlights something critical. Maybe they aren't neutral after all. NAM countries decry visa ban for UN meetings. Then lastly, from our press review this morning, we cross the borders to Kenya. The Daily Nation. Politics. National Coalition Executive Council has written to all constituent parties. Which way? Azimio is the bigger headline. Now you can read about the African Cup of Nations giants that continue to struggle on this particular edition in Cote d'Ivoire, a pictorial of Cameroon star players, Ghana and Egypt, the big names that have so far been rattled in this particular edition. Now also, Ministry moves to effect SHIF payslip cuts this month. Then in strategy, here's how to boost economy. The workers have advice for President William Ruto. Now in the other news, death toll climbs to 25,000 in Gaza. Israel has intensified attacks in territory. Then illegal fees, President Ruto warns school heads. The president says state has released cash. That is it from our press review this morning.
Thank you so much, Joram Paul, for taking us through. Now, we are going to begin for a very short break. We leave you with the inspiration song of the day, Bring It On by Peace Choir and Dave. Back from the non-aligned movement, and as of now, Uganda successfully holds the chairmanship of the non-aligned movement for the next 3 years, headed by our dearest president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And currently running, as I said, is the G77 Third South Summit, that is G77 plus China. That is what it's dubbed as. And well, we are here still to give you all the information. As of yesterday, President Museveni as well assumed chairmanship of the G77 plus China summit and also the G77 plus China in general, the Third South in general. And well, this is a good time for Uganda as a country, and we are seeing a lot of things that are yet to happen. According to President Museveni, we continue to pledge as a country, as a chair, that we are leaving no one behind. Having mentioned some of the challenges that are affecting the developing countries, especially those under the G77, we are headed for a seven-year gap or a 7-year period that is supposed to see changes to lead us into the 2030 goal that is meant to enable us move to the right direction when it comes to eradication of poverty, especially in developing countries. Welcome to the show. My name is Chantal Olive Akandinda, and of course on set, I do come back from the non-aligned movement, and as of now, Uganda successfully holds the chairmanship of the non-aligned movement for the next 3 years, headed by our dearest president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and currently running, as I said, is the G77 Third South Summit, that is G77 plus China. That is what it's dubbed as. And well, we are here still to give you all the information. As of yesterday, President Museveni as well assumed chairmanship of the G77 plus China Summit and also the G77 plus China in general, the Third South in general. And well, this is a good time for Uganda as a country, and we are seeing a lot of things that are yet to happen. According to President Museveni, we continue to pledge as a country, as a chair, that we are leaving no one behind. Having mentioned some of the challenges that are affecting the developing countries, especially those under the G77, we are headed for a seven-year gap, or a 7-year period that is supposed to see changes to lead us into the 2030 goal that is meant to enable us move to the right direction when it comes to eradication of poverty, especially in developing countries. Welcome to the show. My name is Chantal Olive Akandinda, and of course on set, I do come back from the non-aligned movement, and as of now, Uganda successfully holds the chairmanship of the non-aligned movement for the next 3 years, headed by our dearest president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and currently running, as I said, is the G77 Third South Summit, that is G77 plus China. That is what it's dubbed as. And well, we are here still to give you all the information. As of yesterday, President Museveni as well assumed chairmanship of the G77 plus China Summit and also the G77 plus China in general, the Third South in general. And well, this is a good time for Uganda as a country, and we are seeing a lot of things that are yet to happen. According to President Museveni, we continue to pledge as a country, as a chair, that we are leaving no one behind. Having mentioned some of the challenges that are affecting the developing countries, especially those under the G77, we are headed for a 7-year gap, or a 7-year period that is supposed to see changes to lead us into the 2030 goal that is meant to enable us move to the right direction when it comes to eradication.
Pick of the day on UBC. Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Good morning once again. You are still watching Good Morning Uganda on UBC Television, the official broadcaster of the Nana Line movement and the G77 Plus China Summit. And like I earlier on told you, we successfully closed off the Nana Line Movement Summit, and a big congratulations to Ugandans and the government, because it was successfully done. And after that, of course, we are still running the G77 Plus China Summit that we hope to close tomorrow officially, and that will be another success bagged in the first month of the year 2024. Again, what a time to be alive. And at this moment, we'll be having a further conversation on what to expect when it comes to the G77 summit. We are done with politics. We discussed politics last week. Let's discuss some economics. Let's discuss some sustainable development goals. Let's discuss where we are going to be as a developing country, working hand in hand with other developing countries. But before that, please do note that last week we received bad news, and that is of the death of now former Member of Parliament of Dokolo, that is the late Cecilia Ogwal, and burial arrangements are still ongoing, and the program is also running as of today. The body will be, yesterday the body arrived in the country. We saw emotions being displayed yesterday. Someone said they could not believe certain people had that amount of tears. When someone has impacted your life to a certain degree, you can't help it. There are certain things you just don't have control over, and that's what we saw yesterday. And that goes to show that she was indeed a very impactful person. That's why they say when you are done and gone, what stays is the impact you left on the people. That's the biggest part of the legacy that you leave behind. And well, she lived she served well, and that is what we are going to be remembering her for, among very many things. And as of today, the program runs. The body will be departing A+ Funeral Home. That is at 8 a.m. and will be received at Parliament at 9 a.m. for viewing, and a special sitting at 12. That is to pay tribute. And thereafter, the body leaves for her home in Bugolobi, Kampala, for a vigil. So there's going to be a vigil today at her home in Kampala. Then also, then tomorrow we'll be seeing body parts. We shall be seeing her body departing her residence in Bugolobi to All Saints Cathedral, Nakasero, for a funeral service that will be taking place at 9 a.m. And thereafter to Dokolo via Soroti for a vigil at Adok Sub-County, Dokolo District. And thereafter on Wednesday, the body will depart for Adok for a joint council sitting at Dokolo District Headquarters from 9 in the morning to 2 p.m. and thereafter proceeds to Lira City for a vigil. So another vigil will be taking place on Wednesday, the 24th of January. After that, the body will depart, that is on Thursday, the Lira City residence for a church service at St. Augustine Cathedral, that is Ba Ogole, at 9 a.m. Thereafter, leaves for St. Paul Church, Alito Archdeaconry, that is Kwale District, for a service at 3 p.m. And after that, the body leaves for her home in Dog Gudu Cell, Alito Town Council, Kwale District, for the vigil, that is on Thursday. Friday, church service at her home, that is in Alito, at 10 a.m. and viewing of the body. And on Saturday, the 27th of January, the burial program commences at 9 in the morning. So she will be finally laid to rest on Saturday, the 27th of January. That is as per the program stands. Just in case of any changes, these will be communicated, but that is where we are standing at the moment. Again, to the family and friends of the late Cecilia Ogwal, we continue to send our condolences and pray that God continues to strengthen you in such a trying time. To whoever was impacted, I hope that you continue to live in the footprint that she has left behind, because that is the only thank you you can give her for the job well done in your life. That is it for what the program looks like. Those that would be in position, those that would like to know how events will be flowing, that is how the program looks like as per the death of the late Member of Parliament of Dokolo, Cecilia Ogwal. Now, moving on, we shall be taking a deeper look into the G77 Plus China Summit. We are speaking sustainable development goals. We are speaking poverty eradication. We are speaking developing countries. And it's at this point that I would like to let you know that on set, I do have Jerome Paul Sonko. I also do have Olive Monica Najuma, and we are going to be having this conversation for a few minutes as we wait for some of the guests that we have lined up for you to give us further insight. So please do stay with us. We have great information that you might want to keep yourself abreast with. And Jerome Paul, when you hear the word poverty eradication, what would be your expectation? What do you hope to see, especially after the closure of this summit?
First, when I hear the word poverty, I get scared. And it's always the catchword for me, poverty, because we are always running away from it. But when you speak about poverty eradication in relation to the summit, it takes me back to the main objectives of kickstarting off, or where the founder fathers of the group of 77, or the 77 nations that sat together to create Rome. When you look at the objectives, they were actually having, they were aiming at promoting economic cooperation amongst the member states, and also collectively addressing issues related to development, trade, and international financial institutions. And poverty eradication goes back to what you've said in your introduction in regards to sustainable development. The Agenda 2030 seeks to meet the SDGs agenda, or what you could call Sustainable Development Goals. Now, under the Sustainable Development Goals is to ensure that you are having a population that is already into the money economy. And for these member states that are still developing, this has been one of the biggest issues, whereby there's a high level of unemployment amongst them. And then not only that, the levels of poverty are quite high. And the discussions as of day one of the G77 summit were as well looking at how they can address this issue. You do realize most of the speeches were targeting, because when you look at what the UN Secretary did mention, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, he did mention that we need to capitalize the commercial banks, because we need to heavily capitalize them, because these commercial banks are going to lend money to the developing countries. Now, that is also point number one to end poverty in the African setting, or let's say in the South, which represent developing countries, which are not necessarily Africa, but all over the world. When you look at the 135 countries within the G77 plus China, apart from China, really, of course, even yesterday we got to realize that China is also a developing country, which by look of things we all doubted, but
until we got a broader,
perspective or view of it. And poverty eradication is something that goes way beyond our control, but it's something that we try every day, because developing countries always go in for loans. And the reason as to why at times we are still stuck in this kind of the poverty is at times you realize that every year we are financing a debt. And so debt sustainability becomes very difficult, because you're borrowing from, let's say, country A to pay country B. Or you're borrowing from country A, given China, for example, while you're paying back a loan you took from the International Monetary Fund. So the journey becomes very difficult in the long run. That is why these institutions that are supportive to the G77 summit were highly advised or, called upon to heavily capitalize so that we have a special pool or we have a heavy pool for the developing countries. And the element of also the interest rates also undermines the poverty eradication. But with the summit here, this is one of the key topic of concern because all these countries want to come to a common understanding. The major problem they have, even when you look at addressing climate change, you do realize that most of the developing countries are saying, or amongst the issues they are putting on board as to why they've actually had issues addressing climate change is the climate financing. And still it is the developed countries that are supposed to give them this particular money. So to me, when you speak poverty eradication, we are taking the right steps. However, we are let's say we are limiting ourselves to the journey, or we are creating what you could definitely say self-destruction. Because when you ideally analyze the issue of poverty eradication, however much we receive the money, developing countries also have to make sure they have strategies to utilize the loans they get.
They also say when you borrow money, you become a slave of the lender.
So in the long run, actually, you become a donor while you're paying back. Remember, every note you're getting, or every dollar, or every foreign currency you're getting is coming back with an interest. And in most cases, it's quite unfair, really, that developing countries always get loans, and the interest rates are quite high, depending on how much the interest is, depending on the interest rate the developed countries get from these international funders. So that's a bigger issue.
Well, you would also look at, President Museveni mentioned advocating for self-sustainability, and I think this is the point where developing countries need to start really thinking little about borrowing. Olive Monica, yes, when we talk about self-sustainability, what's the first thing that comes to your mind, or what could be some of those things that would look at to sustain ourselves as developing countries?
Well, first of all, self-sustainability would be a good thing. And you see, sustainability is a big issue right now, because even when you look at different companies, they are going for sustainability when it comes to the products that they put out. And when a president says that, what comes to my mind is value addition. So what do we have, and how are we getting it onto the market? Are we getting a raw material into the market, or we are now going further to add value to what we have, so that now when we sell it, we are selling it at an even better price? Now the problem, like earlier when we were opening the show, the issue we have as developing countries is poor infrastructure. You see, one of the trading partners, actually, it is G77 plus China. And some people have been asking, why is it plus China? And it's important to note that China is in this fora just as a supervisor, a big brother, to help us, steer us to the right direction as far as trade is concerned. And also China has been a great trading partner to African countries. 60% of African countries have seen a lot of development because of the cooperation with China.
Yes.
Now, Western countries have actually levied a lot of criticism when it comes to Beijing. Take a case in point, the loans that we get from China. Many African countries today are running to China for loans vis-a-vis the West, because like Sonko put it earlier, interest rates and the time frame to pay back these loans sometimes does not favor us. And this is where China comes in. China will give us loans, but of course in some cases it will give us loans as a swap. You give Africa loans or developing countries loans, and then they give you minerals. So some people, some developed countries say that this is taking advantage of African countries. But, and also there is the point of China is getting many raw materials from Africa for instance, and very few products from Africa are sold in China. Now, self-sustainability means that we need to be able to produce products that are worth being exported to a country like China and the entire Western world. Unfortunately for us, 4% of products that come from the developing countries are the ones that are at a level that is suitable to be exported to China. We've all seen what the Chinese have done.
Right.
During COVID-19, you remember how fast they were constructing hospitals.
It took them 3 months and the hospital was done.
Exactly.
Fully functional.
So when you're going to trade with a person like that, you need to work so much on your resources, on your infrastructure to be able to export something that they can take. Because it's like when you have a rich person and probably they have a birthday, in most cases, your main worry is, what do you give to someone that has everything? Okay, so even when it comes to trade, if I believe that if we invest more in the products that we have, maybe our raw materials, refine them, add value to them, we will be able to sell them. But as of now, in as much as some countries are open to the idea of trading with us, what do we have? What have we worked on? What value have we added on what we have?
Right.
To be able to export it.
You know, it's at that point that I would like to say, and I stand to be corrected, that most of our developing countries, all the countries in the global south, seem to be comfortable. And what do I mean? You are comfortable to borrow from a country that is going to give you a lesser interest. You are comfortable to import from those countries and give what you have. Takes us back down to the mentality of I give what I have instead of thinking past what I have and how to make it better. So for developing countries, it seems as if we are comfortable. What would be your take?
I think we're not comfortable. We lack finances, honestly.
How did the other countries make the finances?
It's going to be, let me try to break it down here. When you see the issue with us is we failed at understanding the value of what we have.
See?
So it's not a problem of finances.
Yes.
It's a problem of not
it goes both
understanding
ways.
what we have.
It goes both ways. And when you look at the problem that led us to that is because we didn't know the money value to it. That if you have coffee per se, as a Ugandan, if I can process it here, add value to it right from Uganda, I will make more money here. Our mind at the time was, and we're just waking up currently, is that if I export this coffee, I'll be getting more out of it.
If it is processed.
You know,
No, as it is.
initially, as it is. Because maybe most of the farmers who are actually actively growing coffee were not having the money to, let's say, go and process it in the industries and all that. The machinery wasn't in place. And one thing you could actually say, the government maybe failed at it at the moment, at that time rather, where you wanted, because we really had cooperatives. That is post-independence.
Right.
Just going back to the journey of where we are now. So by the time, we set the agenda of exporting, the other markets were already open. And of course, besides that, you look at these countries, they were quite favored in a time, because the time African nations or the nations in the South were fighting for colonialism or fighting to get independence, fighting against colonialism, these other countries like China were already, transitioning from the socialist kind of, the communism kind of parties they had, to an independent nation that is actually open to capitalism. So China was growing faster, while African countries were still just going back to the basics. And then in the long run, for them, they had already entered into the revolution of technology and the like. So we are, we are moving into a direction whereby we got to realize that, the other people come to our countries, get the raw materials, go and process it, make 7-8 goods out of it, and sell to us.
Took us quite some time.
It took us quite some time, and it is where we are finding ourselves that if at all we did have the finances, by the way, now this takes me back to the financing issue. If at all we did have the finances back then as well, maybe we would start And why I'm saying maybe, because the chances are, at times you may even have the finances and you don't know what to use them for.
Thank you. And you know, still, I would still go back to the part of being comfortable. But I'll introduce another part.
Okay.
The part of where our leaders that have the opportunity to benchmark, the opportunity to seek out opportunity, or they have the opportunity to visit these places, could strike better deals for us as developing countries. But Olive,
Yes.
my question would be, haven't we been comfortable way too long as developing countries?
I do not think we have been comfortable. Obviously, we have a terrible political situation going on in Africa, and that to a degree has also played a part. I mean, in this day and age, we still have coups happening in countries. You cannot foster development with coups. This is behavior of the 60s, of the 70s. We are in 2024. We cannot be talking about political coups to start with, because what that does, it sets a country behind. We regress, to borrow from the words of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. But also, it's not comfort. It's, I won't also call it laziness when it comes to our leaders, but I think the time has come for African leaders to now negotiate for transfer when it comes to technology. I'll give you an example. The first railroad in China was constructed by Europeans. But after that one was done, China negotiated a technology transfer. And guess what? The second one was constructed by the Chinese themselves. What does that mean? We cannot be importing things like vaccines. We could negotiate technology transfer so that we start doing things here. Remember when, before the year ended last year, Mulago had its first kidney transplant. And if we go like this, then many Ugandans will not have to spend lots of money to go to countries like India or Europe for kidney
It gets back to my financing issue. The issue with the kidney transplant as well is the money. We didn't have
No. So what I'm trying to say, if we have these transfers and more resources here, be it in terms of human resource, be it in terms of technology, and things are done locally, then you see most countries, when you talk about OPEC countries, majority of them got rich because they had oil. Look at a country like the United Arab Emirates. Because of its oil, it got rich. It got to the place where we are at right now. And when it comes to the oil that we have in Uganda, as 2025 comes close, the president said, because there were calls for us to just export unrefined oil. But the president said no. If we have a refinery in Uganda, we will be in position to add value to our oil. And when we export the refined oil, guess what? We'll make more money. And Uganda and all these communities in the oil basin will now benefit. So, to go back, we've not been comfortable. Maybe we've been a bit lazy, or maybe we've been a bit blind.
Or ignorant.
Or I don't know. I don't know if we've been
ignorant.
But
from this conversation,
also failed to push for human capital development.
This is the point where I want to say that if you look at this properly, you realize that for a long time, we've not been taught how to fish. We have been given fish.
Do you know why? It was benefiting someone. Give me so many loans that I grapple with paying them back. By the time I'm done, I am still where I was before.
Borrow more.
I want to borrow more.
See how to get out of that.
Dig a hole to fill a hole. That's what we've been doing.
But you know, we need to look at China. The Chinese growth, the human capital, how they've actually pushed for human capital. In most cases, you realize that when China is actually developing infrastructure in Africa, they are not pushing for any sort of expatriate. They are sending in their people.
Yes.
If they are working in factories and the like, we've seen videos where Chinese children are assembling
phones. They are those who are assembling,
at an age of 8, 5, 6.
Do you know why? Can I?
No, in a minute. So when you look at that, our education is also centered around, not developing ourselves as a country or as developing states. We are always centered around what can I offer to the developed countries. That is why
and then
when you look
again.
at, yes, that is why when you look at it in a way, out of the 135 member states, you realize most of the people are more comfortable working away from these member states, which shows they know that they're not highly appreciated within the circles that they're working for. So they would rather go to countries like China or go to the north. And that is going into the, to the US and the like, because there is money. And then our education system as well, our education backgrounds. For example, in Africa, we have failed to give room for the development of talent, development of what someone can do, skills, and it's limiting us, because what a Chinese child can do at, let's say, 8, now we are looking at it here because it's like a big brother to us.
Yes.
What a Chinese child can do at 8 is not what our children can do here.
We have seen videos of Chinese children going to college at as young as 10. Did you see that child?
Yes.
And why? Because, okay, first of all, scientifically, the brain of a Chinese or an Asian child vis-a-vis that of an African child, they are different brains.
The wise men came from the east.
That is scientifically. Now, there is the science in it, but also there is the concerted effort by China
yes,
to, like Sonko said, to grow its human capital. Okay, now
investing
we are lacking investing in its people. And when you speak about education, for instance, people have levied so much blame and criticism on our government for the kind of education that we have. Education has reinvented itself a couple of times, and it now needs to get to a point where we are, what are we absorbing? How are we absorbing the people that we churn out every other month from a university somewhere? Degrees do not develop a country, people. Yes, we have to go to school. There is Chantal with her degree. I'm here with my journalism degree. But a degree is not going to develop the country in every aspect. What do I mean? If you want the country to grow in terms of production, maybe science, okay, maybe it's a technology, maybe engineering. Let's use that example. Yes, a student at Makerere in the engineering class may come up with something. But have you gone to Katwe? What are the boys at Musa Bode doing? Have you invested in them? Have you seen what they are manufacturing? Then you work with the person that has the degree and then refine that product. That is how you grow. Not just to say, we have people that studied engineering. Do you know where they are going to go? If they're not appreciated here or paid well here, they are going to leave the country. So what are you doing? You're molding and refining for countries that see the talent in these people
and come and
are willing to even pay for it.
Yes.
Great. Well, we're having a conversation that's centered around development and growth of these developing countries, especially in the global south, dissecting some of the challenges that we face as the developing countries and how best we can handle these challenges to make sure that our growth and development is sustainable, and to make sure that we get out of, it's more like being an upcoming artist for over 10 years. We have been developing countries for quite some time.
Upcoming artists for over 20 years.
Thank you very much. So we need to be deliberate to get out of these positions that we have put ourselves in. I will still choose to say, these countries that we are talking about that are doing great, did they have what we are looking for, that we are saying we need to develop as countries of the global south? That and so much more is going to be discussed still on this show. We are going to go for a very short break, but when we come back, it's going to be Tourism Express with Alan, and she's going to be taking you through some of the things you need to look out for. We are hoping that our delegates had a chance to look at some of the beautiful things Uganda has to offer, and some were even shocked that Uganda has the roads that we have. Uganda has some of the facilities they were using for accommodation. We are not as badly off as we think we are, or as they thought we were. We were having a discussion with Olive Monica Najuma and Jerome Paul Sonko. My name is Chantal Oliver Kaninda. Stick with us. We're going for a very short break.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
A very good morning to all our dear viewers. I am Irene Alena Misang, Uganda Uncovered. Like we uncover everything that is there to know about Uganda's tourism. We take you through around Uganda to see the beautiful diversity, the beautiful nature that God placed into our country. And this is the time for the GME Tourism Express, where we take you through or you explore through the world of tourism, starting from the travel news, the trends, accommodation, activities, where do you want to go, like everything that you would need to know about Uganda's tourism. This is the perfect time for you to tune in and you get to explore Uganda at the comfort of your places, wherever you are, whether in office or at work or at home, anywhere that you are. We take you through the beauty that we have in Uganda. Well, it is a Monday, it is a new week, and we are still fresh in 2024. The year started quite busy for the industry, for the tourism industry. Yes, it is busy for the whole country as well, but particularly talking about the tourism industry, the year has started busy, having all these back-to-back summits, the Commonwealth speakers, we have the NAM, we have now the G77 plus China summit. Like, it is very busy, and we are looking at the bigger impact of these summits that we are having in the country. Look at the global visibility that we have attained through these summits. Look at the global influence that we have attained in these summits. Now that even our president is the chairperson of all these summits, we are having a more global influence in all countries that are member states. And you look at, we are expecting to have more tourist arrivals from all this that we have had, the visibility, the influence. We are expecting to have a very busy year and all the years to come as we achieve the sustainable goals that we are set to achieve by 2030. Well, today in the travel news, it is sad, actually. It is sad. I shouldn't be smiling. It is sad that the tourism industry was mourning for the late Rob Davis Allen. He was a proprietor in Ginger Adventure Tourism. He was the CEO and founder of Bungee Jumping Uganda. He had renamed it to now the Nile Bungee Jumping in Uganda, and this is one of the adventure activities that one wasn't missing while in Ginger. He had also started up quad biking in Uganda. He had also started up TMU rafting, TMU tubing, and all these activities. Rob had done a great job to see that he promotes Ginger as one of the destinations that you shouldn't miss while in Uganda. But it was very sad last week when they announced his death on Friday, and yesterday the tourism fraternity all stormed Ginger to send him off. And guys, the social capital that he had, the fact that tourism is a people industry, he had the social capital, and we don't think that tourism sector, especially in the adventure tourism, will remain the same, but that is life. God gives and God takes. We are hoping that the businesses will still continue and people will still go to Ginger and visit, do bungee jumping, like you go and take up that leap of faith. And in his memory, we have to take on these activities. I think sometime I should also take Joram Paul for this activity, just in memory of this gentleman. He was very amazing and he was doing a great job to the tourism sector of the country. Well, that is it that we had for you in the travel news. And now we definitely dive into the attraction of the day. Today we are taking you to the southwestern part of the country. Like I said, this is one of the most beautiful places in the country. Like the southwestern region has so many beautiful things that you need to explore. And today we are talking about Lake Bunyonyi. Lake Bunyonyi has something very special about it. Actually, not one thing special about it, but it is a special lake in the country. First of all, it is the deepest in Uganda, but second deepest in Africa after Lake Tanganyika in Tanzania. The lake has 29 islands. And now just imagine a lake with all those islands. Like it has 29 islands, and one of the most common islands that they talk about is the Punishment Island. And you need to be at this place, the Punishment Island. Of course, when you talk about the Punishment Island, you could be thinking that we are taking you there to punish you or what, but it is somehow related because this island was used to punish the unmarried girls who got pregnant. So it was taken to be wrong for an unmarried woman to get pregnant. So if you got pregnant by then, you'd be taken to this Punishment Island to die of hunger, or you drown as you're trying to swim back to home. But however, their partners, some of their partners, you would come back and pick them, and then they go somewhere else and start up life. Or maybe some men who didn't have cows for dowry could also pick these ladies from the Punishment Island and take them and marry them from somewhere else. But the lake has this serene beauty. Like this is one of the most beautiful and serene places that you need to be. It is good for relaxation. It is good for reading a book. But besides that, activities that you can engage in this lake, you can talk about swimming. Like swimming in Uganda's deepest lake, man, you should be a good swimmer. But it is also amazing to say that yes, I was at Bunyonyi and I was swimming in this beautiful lake. Well, if you're not a swimmer or swimming is not for you, you can think of a boat cruise or a canoe. Like most of the commonest transport is canoeing on Lake Bunyonyi, because the local people use the canoes for fishing, for moving from one island to another, but you can also use a boat cruise and enjoy the beautiful sceneries of the islands. Then you can also think about the zip lining. They've developed a zip line there. You can cross from one island to another on a zip line. Then there's also nature walks and visiting the communities. Like there are so many activities that you can engage in. The accommodation around the lake is superb. If you want tents, you can have them. If you want like a budget accommodation, you can get it. Luxury accommodation, everything that you need to have at Lake Bunyonyi. And you should visit this place because it is just one of those that you shouldn't miss in Uganda. And you can add it on your gorilla trekking trip from Bwindi because the proximity is so close. That is it that we have for you for the travel attraction today, and giving you a travel tip. It is still simple. Like I always say, I give you those that you should remember when you're traveling. I'm telling you that be happy. As you're traveling, just be happy. Just forget all the stress that you have from work. Just forget all the troubles that you have and go have full fun in this attraction or destination that you've gone to. Be happy. Thank you so much. I am Irene Alena Misango. Catch you tomorrow.
Alan says we have to be happy. So my happiness is still here. Welcome along to the Game New Business Update. But before she does leave set this morning, I needed to ask something, or I want to ask something in relation to what happened in Jinja, or the lake that she has actually mentioned about. Most of us have actually been seeing activities in Jinja, mostly those. I haven't been to Jinja to ideally do those things. But the only few things I've done to Jinja is maybe just going around and touring. So first take us through the expenses really for the business world to know how much they can actually go in for that as we commemorate this vital human being who passed away over the weekend.
So the activities in Jinja, now for bungee jumping is 250,000 for Ugandan. When you talk about quad biking is 120, that is for 30 minutes, and 220 for 60 minutes, that is an hour. Then a TMU rafting is 150 per person, that is for Ugandan, and tubing is 70,000. Yeah.
Remind me of the name again. Green?
Rob Davis.
Rob Davis. I thought Rob Green. Rob Davis. May you so rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much, Alan, for that news. And obviously, for those of you who are tourism enthusiasts, it is time for us to celebrate Rob Davis in such a way that we go out there and tour or be part of the quad biking in Jinja. And then bungee jumping, is it the right pronunciation?
Yeah, bungee jumping.
Bungee jumping. And you can definitely go and have the time of your life in Jinja as we celebrate him. Well, now back to the business update this morning. My focus is on the G77 plus China summit. Let's look at, the relations between China and obviously when you come to think about how the past few years have been, how China has been very pivotal in pushing the 135 member states, in particular China's relations to Africa. When you look back in the in the past 10 years, let's think from the East African Community bloc. The standard gauge railway of Kenya, from the exit with help from a loan from the Exim Bank of China, again China in sync with this, they were able to execute that particular standard gauge railway, and of which Uganda is also looking forward to further extend it from the border of Kenya deep into Uganda. But besides that, also when you look at the Entebbe Express Highway, we are looking at how China has been able to develop Africa. Sub-Saharan Africa has greatly benefited from the China relations. And as a matter of fact, when you look at Mayo Deu, one of the leaders of the delegations within the country that represented the President Xi Jinping of China during this particular summit, did highlight that China has actively promoted global development through networks and knowledge. And of course, the knowledge that we've actually received from China is the fact that many of the Africans, or many from the South, have been making it to China to study. Others have received scholarships, others have actually gotten jobs, that they've actually been able to start up businesses. For those who import goods or Chinese goods to the African continent per se, it is also something that you could look at as an element of trade and global development generally. But besides that, you get to realize that South Cooperation is a remarkable initiative by the 1,000 nations to gain strength through unity. And what other way to promote business than through unity? Because if you want to be stronger together, you have to unite first. And by uniting, you have to trade. Trade is an exchange of goods, if you're to look at it. And exchange of goods and services for a shilling or for $1 as per now. It's no longer the better kind of trade. Here you pay for a service, you receive it. You pay for a good, you receive it. You export a good, you receive money in return. And this is where China has been able to strengthen the relations, not only from the political space, but rather in the economy. Because this is where China's strength has been. From the manufacturing sector to the service industries in China, their growth, not only within science and technology, but human capital development, which is something that we can pick up from. And when it comes to the relations between China and the South, it is something that we really need to focus on. Why? Because if you look at China, a developed country, the expectations are by 2030, the economy will surpass that of the United States. And the chances are, by the time it does, it will be the world's strongest economy. So when you're benchmarking from such economies that are looked at as developing countries, but in the first world set of economies, then you are looking at the right kind of person that you want to reach out to. And of course, various deals and agreements are highly expected among its member states with China during the G77 plus China summits. Let me take you back to last week. The first 3 days of the NAM summit saw the East African Business Forum also happen on the sidelines of the NAM summit. And amongst these, quite a number of bilateral agreements were signed. Many business investors from the 120 member states of NAM were in the country, also had representatives taking part at the business forum, and key decisions were taken. Different Ugandan private sector players were pitching ideas, and we expect that from the ideas that they pitched out, we expect that in the long run it will be quite developmental and impactful to their businesses and the growth and development of Uganda. Fast forward yesterday, kickstarting off the G77 summit, one of the key aspects of this particular one was aiming at sustainable development goals. Now the key word here is sustainable. How do you sustain the development that you're looking for? Very important. You work on the debt financing. You make sure that you also work and utilize the loans that you're getting. To limit on overborrowing, all you need to do is, in most cases for the developing countries, is you have to limit your expenditures. Because when you also look at the financial year 2023-2024, at the start of it in the Ugandan perspective, the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, Ramadhan Gobi, looked at limiting expenses or cutting expenses in order to avoid overborrowing or over-expanding into our basket, because our revenue as of now does not meet the expenses. So we are likely to be, borrowing more. But of course, we can control the amount of money we are getting through these loans if we utilize the domestic revenue we've collected, and also if we greatly utilize or effectively utilize the loans that we are getting from the developed world, and of course also getting from the international donors as well, which means we are again ending back to the cycle of fighting corruption, because in most cases, some of the funds that come into these economies of the South end up getting into the hands of the corrupt officials. But also promoting human capital development. Like I did mention earlier, if we look and benchmark on countries like China that have greatly put a lot of money in human capital development, that will be a huge sign of us growing and getting into the money economy. And of course, just like with the NRM Manifesto of Wealth Creation, that in the long run will be the safest way to secure our future. But of course, the G77 summit runs till the 23rd, which is tomorrow. More details to proceed. And of course, from the business perspective, I'll be here to give you more details on how we can benefit and how we can sell our goods and services to the various nations. Now, the next report, the Right Honorable Prime Minister Robin Anabanja, has highlighted balance of trade between Uganda and Sri Lanka during a dinner at the Sri Lankan embassy. The dinner was organized in honor of President His Excellency Ranil for contributing to the peace and development of Sri Lanka. Now, Prime Minister Nabanja emphasized the existing cordial relations between Sri Lanka and Uganda, urging for an increase in trade to achieve mutual benefits further. But besides that, she noted that Uganda currently imports more than it exports to Sri Lanka. Now, this is the point. If you import more goods from a country and you're not exporting a lot, then it becomes very difficult for you to balance the trade. And if you want to balance the trade volumes, goes back to what the president was saying earlier last weekend, that we need to export to these countries as much as we import, because it's quite unfair if we only import and then our goods are not being exported. So we need to create markets for both of us, and this is what most of these summits are here to, to address, that we have to create room for development of all the member states. And this dinner was further attended by distinguished guests, including the Vice President of Burkina Faso, Uganda's Chief Justice Alfonso Owini-Dolo, the former Prime Minister and Special Presidential Envoy Amama Mbabazi, and other ministers of Uganda. Now, lastly, from our business update this morning, let's look at the forex market to see how you can find different currencies. For those exchanging, we do have those who are actually heading out of the country, and also further looking at those who are just coming into the country. Now, the US dollar is by close of business Friday opened at 3,800.25 for those buying, while selling was at 3,810.25. Then by evening time, closing saw the US dollar buy at 3,800.17 while selling at 3,810.17. The Great Britain pound was buying at 4,825.83 while selling at 4,838.53. The euro was buying at 4,134.58 while selling at 4,145.46. The Kenyan shilling was buying at 23.49 while selling at 23.55, and the Tanzanian shilling was buying at 1.51 shillings while selling at 1.51 shilling. The South African rand was buying at 200.25 while selling at 200.78 shillings. That's how you will definitely find the currencies, the different currencies, as you go into the forex market this morning. That is courtesy of the Bank of Uganda. Good morning again. Thank you very much for the GMU business update and sticking around to you, our viewer. But for now, coming up is the traffic update with Olive Monica Najuma.
Welcome to the traffic updates. Good morning. My name is Olive Monica Najama. Thank you for keeping it with the national broadcaster, UBC. We have been with you since Monday to this day. We have not gotten a moment where we have not given you live updates from the Munyonyo Speak Resort, where the Non-Aligned Movement Summit was happening from Monday last week to Friday. And then yesterday, we kicked off with the G77 plus China summits. We've been here and we are still here to give you the updates that come from those places. But also now we look at the traffic situation on some of our roads. Now, there was some bit of an inconvenience when it came to traffic last week in some places because we had many heads of state and delegates in the country. So at some points when there were motorcades going through different places, we had a bit of an inconvenience, but I'm happy to announce that that will be coming to an end very soon this week, because the G77 plus China summit will be coming to a close in record time. But for now, let's look at the traffic situation in the areas of Chisasi, going through Ntinda and then heading to town, and see how you can move from one place to another. Now, starting off from Chisasi, right at the intersection that joins you to Bahai Road and Chisasi Road, we experience a bit of an orange zone over there. And of course, as we continue ahead, most of the roads in this environment in Chisasi town are lighting green, which is indicative of smooth flow of traffic, at least as of this minute. Now, going ahead to where Chisasi joins the roundabout, the bypass roundabout, we are experiencing some green zones and also some orange zones, meaning that there is a bit of a hold up in this area, but this could be one, because of the new traffic police that stages around this area, but also two, because it is a roundabout, so you expect some bit of a delay because there are traffic lights in this environment. Now, moving ahead, still after the bypass, you will experience a bit of traffic jam as you're trying to connect to Ntinda, and even those going the other side of the bypass, you will have smooth flow of traffic that end. But for those going to Ntinda, shortly after the bypass, there is a bit of a hold up, mainly because of the traffic lights over there. But continuing ahead, now we experience green zones indicative of smooth flow of traffic. Magamba Road is feeding some bit of traffic into this Chisasi Ntinda Road. So, and of course, Ntinda Chigowa Road is also bringing in some bit of traffic to the road. Following this direction, going from Chisasi to Ntinda, we see that there is smooth flow of traffic for the most part. And of course, where Ntinda now joins the intersection that has Chigobe Road, you will experience a bit of a hold up, because I see that Chigobe Road is feeding some bit of traffic into the Ntinda Chisasi Road. And of course, when you cross over after the traffic lights, you realize that there is a bit of a traffic hold up in this area as well. Those going Ntinda Stretcher Road, or what you would call Ntinda Road, there is no traffic here, so you should be able to move in record time. But if you're following the road that brings you to town through Bukoto, then you're going to experience a bit of a hold up, especially after where Chimera Road joins Ntinda Road. In this area, of course, it is right outside Master Shopping Center supermarket. So from where Master Supermarket is going ahead, there is intense traffic in this area, especially for those going to town. But I'm seeing that the red zones for even the people that are coming from town to connect to areas of Ntinda, maybe heading to Chaliwajala or Chiwatule. So in this area, you're going to lose a bit of time on both sides of the road. There is a hold up. I think it's because of some of the road in the situation in that area is not really that pleasant, and of course it is narrow, so that's why around this time you could be delayed for a bit. But going ahead, we see that still Ntinda Road, as now it transitions into Chira Road, still has traffic jam over here. And as we continue ahead to where Upper Naguru Road joins with Chira Road, we see that the section of Chira Road has traffic jam that has come through. But for those going to Upper Naguru Road, there is smooth flow of traffic there, so you should be in position to move in record time. Going ahead with Chira Road, there is smooth flow of traffic at this juncture, so in this area you will not experience any delays. Now for those coming in from Naguru E Road, you will experience just a bit of traffic jam where the Naguru E Road connects to Chira Road, and for those that are already on the main Chira Road, then you will encounter some orange zones that are indicative of a traffic jam that is starting to build up here. Now for those coming in from Bukoto, Chisalo Salo, there is an orange zone here as well, and of course it might cost you maybe 5 minutes. And for those coming in from Bukoto Crescent, I'm happy to announce that there is a smooth flow of traffic in this area. Continuing ahead with Chira Road, we see that around Kabira Stage you're going to encounter just a little bit of a hold up, not too much. But continuing ahead still along Chira Road, then we see that there is smooth flow of traffic here, a bit of a traffic jam that is coming through from Old Chira Road road, but overall you should be able to move smoothly. And of course, when we find the traffic lights as you transition into the Lugogo bypass or going to Kamocha, there is a smooth flow of traffic as well, especially for the people that are heading to Lugogo bypass. Well, we can't go any further because we have so much more coming your way. Up next will be an interview with Amos Wekesa, and Chantal Olive will be taking you through that. I'm Olive Monica Najuma. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Continue watching.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Pick of the day on UBC. Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Juko.
Yo.
What you check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What should do? Just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief, and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government, designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarima Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
To access the portal, log on to protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug or visit our website www.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Email us on info@statehouseinvest.go.ug or call us on 0326 100630. Visit our office at Lumumba Avenue, Plot 51B, Nakasero Hill, Kampala, Uganda. The State House Investors Protection Unit, empowering investors.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Once again, thank you for joining us. If you are just joining in, this is Good Morning Uganda, and it is the special broadcast of the G77 Plus China Summit. And do remember, we are the official broadcaster giving you live updates as and when they come in. My name is Chantal Olive Akandinda, and on this very moment, we're going to be having a very important conversation in terms of what we can gain from the G77 Summit and the recently concluded Non-Aligned Movement Summit, but also taking deeper looks into where the gaps could have been, where we could have done better, and how best we can move forward going ahead. But just to keep you updated, we do have a program for today's meetings that are going to be taking place at Munyonyo Commonwealth Resort, and as at this moment we're expecting delegates and heads of states and governments to be arriving in a few minutes. We will be giving you those live updates as they come in. Do stick around, and we will of course also make sure that we keep you updated on what comes out of the closed sessions that will be taking place today. What you can do is just keep it at UBC Television. We will have all the details. For this moment, on set with me is Mr. Wekesa Amos. I don't know if his names can be used interchangeably. We'll find out in a few minutes. And we are going to be having a broader conversation, especially on how Uganda will be able to gain from these summits that we have concluded, and that is why I'm looking forward to this conversation. Mr. Wekesa is a businessman in this country, and he will give us more details on the kind of business he does, and that is when you will understand why we are having this conversation with him this early morning on Monday. Good morning, Mr. Wekesa.
Good morning. How are you today?
Very well. I hope you're holding up well. Thank you for coming today. It's a Monday. It's in the morning.
Yeah.
Thank you for making time to come to the studios.
Yeah, but it was definitely quicker today. You know, I left from home. I think it took me about 10-15 minutes to be in town, and just that Entebbe Road improvement has actually created a bigger change. I don't understand why government never used to do such roads the last 40-30 years. Really nice roads.
Well, someone said we wait for visitors and we start cleaning the house.
Yeah, but I think the what do they call it? From Zambia Junction, no.
I forget
the underground,
yes, the tunnel.
The tunnel. So if you just look at part of town, and the flow, it's a fantastic thing. Unfortunately, it's just a very small bit of what the country.
Well, maybe that's just a sneak peek into what we should be looking forward to in the coming years.
Yeah, that's true. I think that again takes us to probably the advantages of meetings like this. Yes. I think the key thing for us when it comes to the summit, the key thing for us is international visibility. When a country which doesn't appreciate marketing, when a country which doesn't appreciate PR, so when you have such individuals coming to the country, their presidents coming from different parts of the world, you are being broadcasted, I'm assuming, in the places where they come from. So that gives us visibility in those countries. And the world is definitely, part of the world is definitely following what's happening in Uganda through the different leaders that have come from all over the world. And the key thing, the other thing that we should also know is that the individuals who have come for these meetings are very high net worth individuals, people with quite a lot of money. Of course, we've made some mistakes as a country. The biggest mistake we have made is trying to pretend to show that we're rich. We have spent 300 billion shillings on people, on high end, on
people that could afford to
people
take
could
care of
afford.
themselves.
Yeah, we're providing transport for them. We're providing cars for them. Just lack of business from some government individuals has just lets us down. But that's a different thing. But again, the other thing that also brings is that it has inspired improvement of infrastructure.
Great. But before we dive deeper into the conversation, briefly, I would want someone who is viewing right now who does not know who Amos Wekesa is. Who is Amos Wekesa? And we're talking about high-value individuals, and I would choose to put you in that category. Briefly.
I think I'm just at takeoff as a businessman. That's what I regard myself. What I've done the last 23 years is preparing myself for takeoff at 50 now.
Wikipedia has you different. Yeah? Wikipedia has you different.
Yeah, don't. The internet has got all types of information, but I know myself, so I'm able to speak about myself more than Wikipedia. So I'm the CEO of Great Lakes Safaris, which is one of the top safari companies in Uganda. We have an office, of course, in Uganda. We also have an office in Rwanda. We've just opened up in Tanzania. So in terms of safaris, so that one brings in tourists from different parts of the world into Uganda and Rwanda, and now we're going to start pushing Tanzania. So we're becoming a regional business. Then we also I'm the CEO of Uganda Lodges. So Uganda Lodges has got Primate Lodge, which is the main lodge in Chibale National Park. It's got,
I think I've heard about Primate Lodge.
Yeah, so in Queen we have 3 things we're running. We're running Elephant Plains, which is the top lodge probably in Queen Elizabeth National Park, Elephant Plains, Simba Safari Camp, and then we also run MV Kazinga, it's one of the best boats. Then we run Budongo as among other things that we do in tourism. But I'm also into grain, so I'm one of the investors in Pella Commodities, which is one of the big grain plants in the countries. I'm also a bit into real estate, and a few among other things. Yeah.
Great. So now our dear viewer understands why we are having a conversation with Mr. Wekesa this morning, and we are going to literally center the conversation on how we can leverage on the recently concluded Non-Aligned Movement Summit and the soon to be concluded G77 Summit. For starters, as a businessman, what could be some of the gaps that you have outlined? You already spotted some and already mentioned some, especially how we spent all these millions on people who could afford to support themselves. Yet this is a summit that, these are summits that all of them were to benefit from, or that they had to be there. And so what could be some of the other gaps that you have seen as a businessman that could have been, where things would have been done better?
Like I said, I think one of the greatest things that probably the government of Uganda did was to actually bid to get this conference coming to Uganda. And I'm just hoping that this can inspire the government of Uganda to understand that just having one conference and talking about it for then 1 or 2 weeks is not enough.
Right.
That we need to be able to push and go and bid for as many conferences as possible. And we should also be inspired by our neighbors, Rwanda. I understand many of us sometimes when we talk about Rwanda, but we need to learn. We need to understand how people actually do things. And when leadership is able to listen, leadership is able to learn. And it's good to see what other people are actually doing. So MICE, which is meetings, incentives, conferences, and events, is one of the biggest draws and earners in the world. So MICE alone earns between, and in the next 5 years, will be earning between $500 billion worldwide to about $1 trillion.
Right.
And MICE brings in big numbers, like you can see with the Non-Aligned Allied Movement and G77. G77?
Yeah, plus China. G77 plus China.
Yeah, you can just see what happens is you have 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people with the ability to spend money coming into the economy. Our problem as a country is understanding why those people come to the country.
Right.
Uganda is a poor country. We must accept we have not done much to try and grow this economy. And so the best way to get out of poverty is bringing people with enough money to actually spend in our economy. And I remember very well when I was talking about why we're pushing for Uganda Airlines many years ago, was you push for a national carrier because of 2 major factors. Number one is that you get your products to the market in which the airline flies to.
Right.
Number 2 is to bring in spenders into our economy, people with money to spend. So as a country, when you're poor, you must always think business. Every government person must think business. How does a country benefit from such stuff? I was just reading about how much money we have spent in this Non-Aligned Movement, about 300 billion shillings. Now, I don't know whether that 300 billion shillings includes the conference hall, includes the improvement on the roads. If it doesn't, the reality is that because of lack of understanding of how economies and business works,
right,
we may not necessarily make maybe $20 million from the people. So you have spent that $300 million is close to $80 million. So if you have probably spent another $80 million on improving of the roads and stuff like that, and then you're only earning $20 million, it's actually a loss, in my opinion. It doesn't make business sense. But how would it have made business sense to Uganda? One is that because the key thing for us would have been the focus on Uganda. Now, you're getting presidents from over 100 countries, right? That's what I'm assuming. What I would have done, which I would already explain to some of the organizers, of course, the problem is that some people don't listen to advice. What I had told the guys is that we need to get media houses from the countries in which presidents come from. For example, if President Ruto is coming to Uganda,
Get KTN.
Get KTN, get those big media houses to cover him in Uganda. And make sure that you get all these presidents who are coming into the country, prepare them, and make them come and go beyond just the city. We would have had a plan where our president is showcasing Uganda to the presidents, and their own medias are covering them in Uganda. Let me give an example. When the president of Germany came to Kenya recently, the president of Germany is not necessarily very, very important as far as politics is concerned. But where he goes, the German media follows.
Follows, of course.
So when he came to Kenya, you saw that the president of Kenya was actually guiding him in Masai Mara. Now that's how they win. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
So you get your country being showcased. UBC showcasing them to us. That's not it's good. It's good for us to understand what's happening. But it doesn't bring in resources. It is KTN covering the president of Kenya on the Nile, on Lake Victoria, in Mason Falls, and stuff like that, is what brings in value long term to a country.
Right.
Now we miss that point, that kind of understanding. Then the other thing is, we also transported these people. Now, as a businessman, I don't know any tour companies that have been involved in transportation of these delegates.
The delegates, yeah.
So you want to tax me as a businessman, but you don't want to give me an opportunity
to earn.
That's very sad. And you should have made sure that you prepare the private sector, people, even individuals on the country who have nice cars, such that you hire those cars to those delegates. We had Ugandan leaders go to for COP 28
yes.
in Dubai.
In Dubai, yes.
Even our prime minister had to pay for transport. Yes, had to foot. That's how Dubai will always remain richer than us, because us, we don't think. We are poor, but our minds are poor as well. Now, if you look at the delegations of Ugandans who went there, every day you are seeing them on sand stuff, they're enjoying at the ocean, they're spending money. That's what you're looking out for.
Right.
So, and then the general delegation should have been given information where, we have Ndere Troop in Kampala, we have entertainment in Kampala, we have our shopping malls in Kampala. They should get all that information. You can visit the Nile, you can visit Mason Falls National Park, you can see the mountain gorillas. This should have started 1 year earlier, such that people arrive when they have programs.
When they're anticipating.
When they're anticipating to spend money in the economy. Because high net individuals like the ones who came plan in advance. They're not idle that they arrive Kampala and then you start telling them, go to Kasubi, go to this, go to...
And sometimes they send even advance teams. Sometimes.
Absolutely they do that. And if you incentivize them well, if you showcase the country well to them a year in advance, they can also come with their families. So as they're doing this, their families are also enjoying the country and spending money in the economy. So the other bit that I also want to look out for is we should be learning from countries like China and India. What did China do? They brought their cars and gave to those delegates. Anyone who sat in those cars as delegates, you'll find that they're now going to have interest in buying those cars of the Chinese.
Or at least it has opened their mind to the thought of this is actually a good car.
Absolutely. So the Chinese actually
sown a seed.
Absolutely. That's why the reason why China develops is because their foreign policy is a triple T.
Right.
Where you go, it is trade, trade, and trade. So you must make money.
I was waiting for another word different from trade.
No, that's what it's all.
Right.
America is triple D, right? Is development, number one, defense, and diplomacy. So development is key. So you have to think when you're dealing with a foreign person. When the Americans are dealing with you, at the back of their mind,
how are they dealing with us?
It is development for them. When they deal with us, they're thinking about how is that going to bring value to American population. You see what I'm talking about? Even when sometimes they front aid, but the reality is that they're thinking about how they're going to develop.
Well, Mr. Wekesa, you can say we are a young country that is still learning from these things, and maybe we hope that the next time we're given such an opportunity, or in the next time there is such an opportunity, we would be able to leverage on the lessons from these summits and do better. And
we're not a young country; we're just an unfocused country. I think let's be honest. Young country, Africans were the first people to come in the world. Uganda has existed. Even when you look at the top two civilizations, what are the oldest two civilizations? The Indo civilization, the Indian civilization, and the Nile civilization, right?
Right.
Yeah. So civilization should have started from here. as Uganda, the source of the Nile. So we're not young. Okay.
We're not focused.
Yeah.
So my question would be, how do we now get ourselves onto the right track?
I think somehow we must understand that we need to make money as a country. Twitter Gas said, we need to probably be able to preach to leaders more often, people involved. And when I say leaders, I'm not talking just about the president, I'm talking about people involved in activities like this. We need to be able to tell them, guys, our national debt has gone to 96.7 trillion shillings. We need to tell them that our debt repayment has gone to 23.4 trillion.
Of our budget?
Actually, that means that the amount of money they collected from taxation will only go into debt repayment.
That means we have to borrow more?
Absolutely.
Because there's a deficit?
Absolutely, because our national budget, if you look at 2023, 2024, was about 49.2 trillion, minus the supplement, supplementary budget. So that means that if we do not think the right way, we're going nowhere. And then the other challenge that's coming towards us is that our population is growing very fast. We have between 1.3 million to 1.5 million new Ugandans born. Those ones need opportunities. Those are 1.3 to 1.5 million new interest in actually competing for resources.
Right.
Then we have close to over 600,000 kids that are joining the job market. So that should keep us on our toes as Ugandans and thinking in business. How do we change this situation?
Great. Mr. Wekesa, yesterday when President Museveni had just taken over chairmanship of the G77 plus China summit, now we hold the chairmanship for the next years. He mentioned a number of things that he thinks we can do for the next 7 years. The target was by 2030, we should have hit a certain point when it comes to poverty eradication in not just Uganda, but in the developing countries that are under the G77. Among the things he mentioned, there was information and technology. He mentioned service delivery. He mentioned commercial agriculture. And at this point, as a businessman in the country, as someone who has invested in tourism, it's at this point that I would like to maybe hear your thought or your view on if these could be some of the ways we can develop our country, or should we now go back to the drawing board and see how we leverage on some of the things mentioned, yes, but also check ourselves as leaders, as players, especially the big players, for us to be able to grow?
No, I think, first of all, the president becoming the head of this big group of people is such a great opportunity for Uganda. But only a great opportunity if we understand the business angle of it. Because you see, a lot of us, what you're seeing in Uganda, whether it's opposition or government, is really politics. And sometimes I define our politics in a very different way. Politics is actually a science of governing society, generally speaking. But ours is probably an art of lying to society. That's what I personally believe. From seeing what is happening, I think right now it's very clear that we need to stop politicking. We actually now need to be very serious about economic growth.
Right.
Because you can never have political power at the global level when you're poor. Never. They can just pretend to give you an opportunity like this, but you're not relevant, to be honest. But if we create an economically empowered country, it is easier for us to help to be in the discussion at a much higher level. So this is an opportunity for us, for our president, to actually take advantage of this opportunity to actually empower economically Uganda. We can find ways in which that means we need a president at the head of this
the summit.
It means that you have access to all these countries and leaders. It means that we can look at our products and negotiate for our products going in those different countries. It means our president can negotiate better with those countries. It also means that we can actually bring the richer people in those countries to come and spend money in our economy so that we can also earn. And over time, I don't know, it takes about 3 years. In 3 years, if we're serious, and we need to put resources towards it, Because I know one thing about Uganda, it's very difficult to convince people in government that one of our greatest disadvantages is that we have not marketed and positioned this country that God gave us. Yeah? You look, just think about this. That in this conference, we should have had so many boats on Lake Victoria. These guys enjoying dinners on Lake Victoria, going to different islands, going to the source of the Nile, spending money on this beauty that God has given us. Right. So we need to take advantage of this time. And it's very important for people around the president, because the president is really mixed up with too many. He has too many things, too many small interests going to him. But he needs to have a group of people that are going to focus on how we can take the economic advantage out of his position now that he has with NAM and
G77. It's at this point, you've briefly touched on how we can leverage on these summits or these events to make sure that we promote Explore Uganda, we promote tourism in the country. How do we have other ways we can promote our country, especially now leaning more into the tourism part? Because I like the fact that your perspective is not even just centered on your areas of interest. You've touched on different areas that we could have literally slipped in to make sure that we promote something. We should have been more strategic. So what are some of those things that we could do or we could have done to leverage on these summits as they came to our country?
Well, I think tourism is not just supposed to be my interest. It's supposed to be our interest. And I want to make this very clear, that every country and every individual who has something to sell needs another person who has money to spend.
Right.
Now, internally, we're too poor to empower each other because we do not have a country that grows must have what they call international business dreams. Yeah? When I need money as Amos, I need to find ways of creating something that you will like, such that I earn money from you so that I empower myself. But if I don't, you will definitely create something that will make money from me.
Right.
See, I hope you're seeing. Look at the banks, telecoms in this country. There are people who have sat out there and thought about how do we go and dominate that space in Uganda and externalize their earnings. We also need to externalize our earnings. Now, tourism has, generally speaking, the highest trickle-down effect of any economy in the world. When I say that, a tourist is a person who leaves place A and goes to place B and spends over 24 hours but less than a year. But you could be what we call a domestic tourist. A domestic tourist, you leave Kampala, you go to Gulu. So the amount of money you spend in buying fuel in Kampala as you're going to Gulu is under tourism. The phone call you make to friends telling them I'm going to Gulu is part of tourism. When you reach Kafu and eat cassava, that nice cassava, that cassava is part of tourism earnings. You go to Gulu, you eat eggs in a hotel, you sleep in a hotel, you spend money in entertainment, that's how tourism comes about. Now, when I always say, let's market the country, if we got, say, 3 million tourists arriving through Entebbe Airport, first of all, each tourist pays $50 as visa to the country. Those 3 million tourists in a year will have spent $150 million in the economy. Every ticket, every passenger that arrives externally into Entebbe pays an extra $50. That's another $150 million. Just at the airport alone. Those are $300 million combined if 3 million tourists came through our airport. These are the kind of money we always, you see, our means of finance going to borrow here, they're borrowing there, they're borrowing there. Which would have just earned.
Some places.
Those 2 million tourists will be transported by those young people, Ugandans at the airport, Ugandans from Kampala who also spend on airtime, who spend in the economy as well, who spend on manufacturing, who spend on entertainment, 3 million tourists would have all the young people educated in Uganda actually participating in the chain.
Right.
Now, 3 million tourists, each tourist will spend about an average of 7 days in Uganda, or 8 days. That's what an average tourist spends in the country. You imagine 4 million tourists, 3 million tourists, each eating 2 eggs every day. In 8 days, they have eaten 16 eggs. If you multiply 16 eggs times 3 million, those are 48 million eggs. Think about the economy of the eggs. Go back to the pineapples. Each tourist drinks 2 cups of coffee every day.
Right.
At the end of the day, they will have, at the end of their trip in Uganda, they will have drunk 16 cups of what?
Of coffee.
Minimum.
Mm.
Now, 16 cups of coffee times 3 million is 48 million cups of coffee.
Mm.
Each kilo of coffee produces between 120 cups of coffee to 140 cups of coffee. You can Google that information. If we sold each cup of coffee at $1, we will have earned $120 from a cup of coffee. Today, coffee in my village is what? $3, $4?
That is coffee, not.
I'm talking about a kilo. When you're exporting it, but you will have earned millions of dollars internally here. You'll have brought people to consume coffee in the country. If they go into entertainment, they go in transport, they go in the Nile, they go see our factories, buy things that we have manufactured here. You know, that is how the economies grow. That's why tourism is everybody's business. When you market a country, the numbers that come, it's not just about wildlife. It's about everything, interaction with the people, entertainment, industrialization grows, everything grows.
Right. And this is where, you know, you mentioned that the trickle down effect, and you've given it, you've really taken it to almost the deepest detail that probably someone may not have looked at a point. And what can we do now? Here we are, G77 ends tomorrow, and literally the events are done.
Yeah.
They are done.
Yeah.
What can we do as a country to make sure that, one, the little time we have had, we can use that? Also, going forward, how do we position ourselves to make sure that we grow, especially in terms of tourism, for us to be able to gain, because we've spent, but we are not getting much from it?
I think, one, the people organizing must engage with business people and say, where did we go wrong? And we start preaching that message of saying, guys, next time, let's be very, very business oriented. Twagala sente as Ugandans. We need to earn money. We are poor. Then, after that discussion, we need to say, we've spent a few millions of dollars building a very nice conference hall.
How do
we promote it? I know for sure that when Rwanda went into conferencing, people thought that thing was going to be a white elephant. You know how Ugandans talk about things they're not concerned about.
Right.
What those guys did, they got a South African guy called Rick. They make sure he was there as they're building this conference. He participated in making sure that in 5 or 6 years, he spent 5 years, I think, in the country, so had been hired by the government. Because he had grown, there was evidence, he had grown South Africa's meeting, incentives, conferences, and events.
Right.
This guy walked around with the Rwanda, very educated young Rwandese. They went around the world bidding for big conferences. Today, that conference, I'm told, is booked until 2025. So you need to think in that direction, such that this conference hall is actually booked throughout the year, you know, such that it makes sense. It should not be just having a meeting now, and then we're now all going out to something else.
After that, it's closed and we've moved on.
I'm just giving that as an example. But if we can spend 300 billion shillings on a conference, why can't we spend the same equivalent amount of money, or even just 50%, on marketing this country? What is hard? Why is it that government or Minister of Finance does not appreciate the fact that we need to be able to market the country? These are things we need to question ourselves about. Let me tell you, if you look at these telecoms, look at banks, you'll be shocked how much money, for example, MTN uses to market themselves here. It's over $10 million. So if a company in the country can use over $10 million to market itself to us, how much more money do we need to market a country? That's how we need to be thinking about it. I am always involved in marketing. I know that you follow me on Twitter. For those of you who follow me on Twitter, we do everything as much as we can as individuals. But we will never compete with countries that have proper strategies. You will not compete with a country whose name appears on Arsenal t-shirt every day, long term. You will never compete with a country whose name appears on PSG t-shirt or Bayern Munich. You will not. You have to have a clear strategy for it to appear, to actually start competing with them long term. So we need to go in that direction. We need to take that step of faith. We need to get our best brains and put resources towards just marketing and positioning this country, because we have everything God has given us here. He's given us great food, given us great weather, He's given us fertile soils. There's nothing God has not given us in this country.
Great. You're still watching UBC television, and we're having a conversation with Mr. Wekesa Amos, and we are talking how we could and can leverage on the recently concluded Non-Aligned Movement Summit and the soon-to-be concluded G77 Summit. And as someone who is in especially the tourism industry, you've heard that we still have a lot of work to do, but the work can be done.
It can be done, but there's no... History does not show us that we're actually thinking and getting better. Because from Chogam, we would have done better this time.
Yes, that's
so we can't say we're going to be doing better. Yeah? But you still have the same people. I don't know. Yeah, we still have the same people stuck in the same positions. They were so if they don't change, if we don't plead with them to change, it may never be different. So unless you're giving me hope that it's going to be a way in which they change overnight.
Well, I may not be in position to give that kind of hope, but these conversations are definitely listened to and watched, and we believe that going forward we're going to see things changing. But as we get to the end of this conversation, I'm looking at moving on. The government could play its part or may not, but I also do understand that as Ugandans we have a role to play. Business owners, soon to be business owners, and even me who is maybe not a business owner, I have a role to play even in the tourism industry, or when it comes to leveraging on these events and all. What can Ugandans do?
I think first of all we need to make this very clear. When we say what can Ugandans do, government runs away from its responsibility.
Okay.
Government taxes Ugandans, including myself, both directly and indirectly. Government's responsibility is to create an enabling environment. An enabling environment means that, let me give you just a good example. When we go to the US to market, I am a member of American Tour Operators Association. When I go with Kenya, I go with Rwanda, I go with Tanzania. Me, I have to start from zero, explaining the source of the Nile is in Uganda, the world's largest freshwater lake in the tropics is Lake Victoria is in Uganda. I have to say Uganda has the best weather. The Kenyan goes straight into doing business. The governments have created an enabling environment. Now, that's why I was saying that there are things when you market a country, there's no single Ugandan businessman who will get $10 million and market a country, or $50 million. It's not there. Now, as Ugandans, then we come in, we do our part. You see, I am putting on Uganda. Everywhere I travel with Uganda. If you've seen on Twitter, Rwenzori Marathon, which we ran, is been mentioned one of the top 5 marathons in the world just last week. Too many newspapers are publishing it outside Uganda. We're playing our part. But that's not enough. It's not enough to remove us from the challenges. Not enough to match the young people being born, the young people coming into the job space. It's not enough. Now, but also before we actually go to, convicting Ugandans, I want to mention the other bit, was the business conferencing, business pit of this G77. I had, over the year, talked about how you need to position a country when it comes to business. What, for example, government of Uganda could have done is done research on who is coming from Kenya as a businessman, who is coming from India as a businessman, who is coming from China as a businessman. What are they involved in? Then you prepare a Ugandan business person to be in that meeting such that deals happen. Because you want to tax me as a business, you need to create that environment for me. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
I have been to meetings where Rwanda is. We've been meetings around the world. Rwanda will only have 2 government individuals. The rest will be private sector, and local private sector, not general private sector. And those private sector, including even basics like uniform, you will see that this is government. These 2 people are representing government. They're dressed differently, but this private sector are also dressed differently. Then they will have an international person with it. with the ability to understand how international business works. That person coordinates the businessmen from a different country with the Rwandese. That's what I'm talking about. And that's how you see all this, and specifically tourism, I've seen it. That's why you see the quality of business those guys get. The hotels in Kigali are doing over 80% occupancies because of that kind of thinking right now. That's what I'm talking about. So that is where we miss the point. Here, you would see in a business meeting, only government people. I was not seeing any private sector person involved in the business.
Well, we did have some on the sideline. We did have some events, even an expo, the East African Business Expo.
I watched it on TV. There was nothing. There was no dream. I'm a businessman. I wasn't there. I was never told. And if I am not also there, how many other people are not there? People like our mother of this Jumia was not there. These international exposed young people, they were not in these meetings. If they're not there, who is negotiating? When I'm an Indian businessman, when I'm an English businessman, I have come to a country, I want to speak to a private practitioner. Ask them, how is the taxation system like? How's the business environment like? Because government people don't know the business environment. They don't. So you miss out on this. I'm saying this because we would have done better. But all of us appreciate that this conference alone has its advantages. It was good that the government of Uganda negotiated for it to come. But we missed a point. And I want to explain this to people who are listening, because many of them would become leaders in the future. They will know that next time when we're leaders, we will have to do things differently. We cannot continue doing things the same way and making press conferences saying we're growing. No, the figures are wrong.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Wekesa, for spending some time with us and having this conversation with us. Unfortunately, we may not be able to go further than this, and this is the point where I'll say maybe you can give us your parting shots, and we call it a day.
No, I think we've got a great country. God has blessed us with a great country. There is no need to have poverty in this country. The poverty that exists in this country is unnecessary. We need to make sure that we all work towards getting this, especially leaders. We need to be very clear about where we want to go.
Great. Thank you so much. You've heard it from Mr. Wekesa, and I don't think I should be adding anything onto that. These summits are really good for us, but we need more positioning, and I'm hoping that going forward, more stakeholders that are directly involved or are supposed to be directly involved will be called upon to be part of the organization, so that we see better and bigger opportunities as we are trying to make sure that by 2030 we have either reached somewhere in eradicating poverty or we've actually eradicated poverty from the country. My name is Chantal Olive Akandinda. Thank you for watching. Good Morning Uganda continues. Also, we are still here to give you live updates of what is happening at the Commonwealth Resort. That is, as we are having sessions today of the G77 plus China Summit. Do stick around. Details will be coming in. Every update as and when it comes in will be given to you. Good morning.
Welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Juko.
Yo.
Wachikuwa. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model, PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real. I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better. PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Pick of the day on UBC. Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarima Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
To access the portal, log on to protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug or visit our website www.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Email us on info@statehouseinvest.go.ug or call us on 0326 100630. Visit our office at Lumumba Avenue, Plot 51B, Nakasero Hill, Kampala, Uganda. The State House Investors Protection Unit, empowering investors.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
The only water that can quench my thirst, yeah. Aquafina, we are good.
extraction process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Thank you. Hello, Eric. Come and see my new home.
Are you looking for the best quality paint for your dream home? Be part of the new revolution with our Global Paint Silk Vinyl that gives you beautiful, shining interior walls, as Weathercoat gives you never fading and strongly guarded walls against bad weather conditions. Located along Namav Industrial Park, Global Paints, a reliable product.
The energy of this land comes to life in dreams and memories. It lights up in these nights and leads us to new horizons. It pushes us to go further and see bigger. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
Empowered by Africa.
Oryx Lubricants, powered by Africa.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. The magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. This is a Good Morning Uganda special edition for the G77 Plus China Summit that is happening right now in Munyonyo. It started off yesterday, and President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni took over the chairmanship of the summit. Now, yesterday we had a couple of speeches among different heads of state. We had a speech by the UN Secretary General General Antonio Guterres. We had a speech by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and many other delegates. And later on, we had closed-door meetings between the heads of state. And of course, there was a picture moment between the heads of states and other delegates that will now be plastered in different government offices. And of course, this was a pivotal moment for Uganda itself as we hosted the G77 plus China summit for the first time in Uganda, but also for the first time in East Africa and for the first time in Africa. This was the third summit to ever be hosted since the G77 plus China was formed in 1964. So this is a historical moment for Uganda. And of course, as we have been speaking about the summit, many have been wondering the benefit of these summits to Ugandans. And there is a lot that we can unpack from that, and we have been sharing more on that, but we will still be giving you live footage from Speak Resort Munyonyo for more updates regarding the same. Now today also we have last week to begin with, we lost a woman, the Iron Lady, a woman of strength, a woman that was pivotal in the political situation environment in Uganda, and that was Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. Now, her body arrived in the country yesterday, and it was received by the Speaker of Parliament and the family of the late Cecilia Ogwal. And as we speak, we will be sharing more about her. We will be sharing more about how she will be moving, her body will be moved up until the last time when she will be laid to her final resting place. Now today on Monday, her body will depart to A Plus Funeral Home at 8 a.m. and it will be received at Parliament at 9 a.m. As we speak, this is ongoing at the Parliament of Uganda, and this will be so that there will be a viewing and a special sitting at 12 p.m. today, so that different members of Parliament and other politicians can be able to pay tribute to the fallen soldier. And thereafter, the body will leave for her home in Bugolobi in Kampala for vigil. Tomorrow, Tuesday, 23rd January 2024, the body will depart her residence in Bugolobi to All Saints Cathedral in Nakasero for a funeral service at 9 a.m. and thereafter to Dokolo via Soroti for a vigil at Adok Sub-County, Dokolo District. Then on Wednesday, 24th January 2024, the body will depart Adok for a joint council sitting at Dokolo District Headquarters from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and thereafter it will proceed to Lira City for a vigil. Later on Thursday, 25th January 2024, the body will depart Lira City residence for a church service at St. Augustine Cathedral, Ba Ogole at 9 a.m. Thereafter, it will leave for St. Paul Church, Alito Archdeaconry, Kole District for a service at 3 p.m. Thereafter, the body will leave for her home in Dog Gudu Cell, Alito Town Council, Kole District for the vigil. And on Friday, 26th January 2024, church service at her home in Alito at 10 a.m. will take place, and there will also be a viewing of the body. Then on Saturday, 27th January 2024, the burial program will commence at 9 a.m. and thereafter the late Cecilia Ogwal will be laid to her final resting place. It's a sad moment, especially in the corridors of politics in Uganda, because this was a lady that was known as the Iron Lady for no other reason apart from the fact that she was a non-nonsensical person, but she had the love for country, she had the love for women in the country. So let's watch this story to get to know more about the late Cecilia Ogwal.
The body of fallen Dokolo District woman MP landed at Entebbe International Airport at about 3 p.m. It was received by the Speaker of Parliament, Anita Annette Among Magogo, Government Chief Whip, Denisi Oboa, Minister for Health, Ruth Acheng, family members and members of Parliament. At the airport, members of Parliament described Cecilia Ogwal as a generous and peace-loving person.
It is extremely painful, but we accept what the Lord has decided. We shall deeply miss Honorable Cecilia.
We used to have these jokes between me and her as a daughter-in-law. She would feed me that, you know, at old age you will be the one to massage my legs, cook for me the traditional foods and things like that. So on a lighter note, that's how she would prepare me as a young woman, how to behave, and as a young woman, how to wait at that appropriate time to cook for her.
Others say the legislator, who has been a member of Parliament since 1996, loved and worked with everyone, regardless of their ideology.
What is bigger than all of us is the country called Uganda. That is where the Honorable Atat Cecilia distinguished herself as a nationalist, as a compatriot, as a patriot, and whenever she represented Uganda, she would always speak for the interest, the aspirations of the people of Uganda, but not the political party that she represents or represented.
Over the years, I have followed the Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. She's really a voice of conscience. She's one of those generation of politicians that were very well grounded on matters of legislation in many areas. And when she spoke the truth to power. She underscored the need for a one Uganda. So you had a voice that called for unity whenever you were in the presence of the Honorable Cecilia.
From the airport, the body was driven in a tight convoy through the Entebbe Express Highway to Mulago National Referral Hospital for medical management. Cecilia Ogwal, who has been an MP on FDC ticket, died from India on Thursday and will be buried on Saturday at her ancestral home in a little sub-county in Kole district.
Well, the footage you've just watched was when the body of the late Cecilia Ogwal was coming through into the country. She passed on last week in India. She was suffering from cancer, and it's a sad moment. Now, yesterday when her body was being received, there are some politicians that were at the airport, and Chiraba Robert here was actually surprised that some of them were broken to tears, like beyond recognition, especially the males. Chiraba.
Well, it is
a sad day.
It's a sad day, and of course it's going to be a week full of activities because the body of the lioness of Dokolo. To me, when I talk about Cecilia, I want to define her as the lioness of Dokolo, because it will take Dokolo so long, if at all ever, to have a match to Cecilia Ogwal.
Yes.
So on Saturday we shall be laying to rest the lioness of Dokolo. But briefly, I want to take people through the program for today, because we've looked at the entire program.
Yes.
But today is full of activities that are going to be happening. Like you rightly said, the body will be received at Parliament by the Speaker, Right Honourable Aneta Mongi, among members of Parliament. Then at noon, we are expecting a special sitting of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Cecilia Ogwal. That will be at midday. Then the evening program, expect His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda to pay his last respect to Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. So the President is expected, or his representative, to pay tribute. This shows the magnitude of who Cecilia was.
Yes.
Now, at the night program, then the body lies in state overnight at Parliament, where there will be another vigil. So the body is going to spend a night in Parliament for yet a vigil. Now, what makes Cecilia Ogwal unique?
And before you even dive into that, Robert, I would like for the viewer to know that the footage we are looking at right now is direct from Parliament as they await the body of Cecilia Ogwal to be brought in. Actually, as we speak, the body is being rolled into Parliament, where there will be a viewing by members of Parliament and other politicians to pay their last respects to their fallen colleague, the Iron Lady, Cecilia Ogwal. Now, Robert, as the body of the fallen late Cecilia Ogwal is being taken into Parliament, you wanted to take us through her life.
Yes, and what makes her unique, because even in her times, they were women.
Yes.
They were young girls from Dokolo, from the entire Uganda. But first, what makes Cecilia unique, the late, is the fact that she broke all odds to make it as a woman at that time. Because after university, we see Cecilia Ogwal enter politics, to the extent that during Obote II, she was the Assistant Secretary General of Uganda People's Congress. Now, Uganda People's Congress is the party that led and took Uganda after independence, led by Milton Obote. Now, to rise to that position at that time, and you're a woman, was very unique, very unique. Not many can you mention in East Africa and in Uganda that would rise at that time to that position. So that is the uniqueness. Yes, earlier people talk about her participating in a beauty contest where even the internet still reports wrong information, that she won the Miss Uganda. The late never won Miss Uganda. Actually, it is a name of a lady. I'll later tell you she was coming from Toro district, but she did participate, but she wasn't the winner. Now, from being the Assistant Secretary General of Uganda Post Congress, even when governments changed, because when you look at the history of Uganda, we had various uncertainties, but she did not give up the struggle. That even later she comes and still returns to Parliament, where in Parliament she held various positions. She was a commissioner of Parliament, a parliamentary commissioner. She was our opposition chief whip in Parliament. Now, her clinging on positions of leadership and on the political arena of this country is also another thing, because till death, Cecilia Ogwal has been a member of Parliament. Cecilia Ogwal had never stopped fighting injustices against women. If you wanted to annoy her, let her see any form of oppression. She was a voice to the women in this country. And many, that is why they bring in the Iron Lady, because she stood up for all wrong that was happening against women, as long as she got to know about it. The next you can link her to other likes of Honorable Miriam Matembe. So that crop of women is not so common in Uganda, and someone balancing politics as well.
But you know, also the beauty about it is her rising into the political sphere at a time when Uganda's political space was quite unhealthy, if it's the right word for me to use, leading the face of the opposition at a time when Uganda was, having some bits of insecurity. I'm looking at the time frame where you get to see the NRA, coming into power around 1986. But besides that, while leading UPC at the time when the former president, Dr. Milton Obote II, was in exile, that also shows you the character of the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, but also at a time when very few women could stand up and take such positions. I think when we talk about the kind of inspiration that many women drew from her, it is quite evident, because as you're looking into the early 80s, the 70s, because also lest we forget, between 1979 to 1980, she was working with Uganda's embassy in Nairobi. So that clearly shows you she was already in the space of diplomacy at that time. And looking at it from the same, during that situation, she was actually in the office dealing with, in the office that was mainly dealing with the refugees that wanted to get back to Uganda. So that shows you that as a leader, besides leading, she had that element of management in her. And dearly for all of those who have actually worked with her and seen her grow into the political space, are really going to miss someone very important in Uganda's journey.
And one of the other things that we must look at, and also many allude to, because Cecily Ogwal has been in the opposition. From UPC, she joined FDC. But there is one unique factor about her, that even all ministers, if they stand to talk about her, we saw a tweet by General Katumba Wamala.
Just for a moment. As you can see, this is a recorded footage from Parliament just a few minutes ago, when the body of the fallen politician Cecilia Ogwal was being taken into Parliament. It was received by the Speaker of Parliament, Anita Annette Among, and our team is already on ground to bring us live updates. But what you're seeing right now is a recorded footage from a few minutes earlier when the body arrived at Parliament. And about now, the special sitting in memory of Cecilia Ogwal at Parliament starts. We will be bringing you updates from that. Robert, please continue.
The uniqueness about her, like I said, there were a number of women, but she outstood and shined at a tough time. But the uniqueness now in politics is that she always put nation before color or party or any region. So that is what makes her unique, that you'll find that with those in government would look at Cecilia as an objective person. That's why she commanded respect. That's why all attributes towards her, people will tell you she would always stand for the truth, should always stand for injustice against women, but doing all this with putting nation at first. Because most of the times, African countries, not only Uganda in particular, we find that with multi-party dispensation, people are no longer putting national interest first. They're now putting political affiliations first, or their political parties first. A person will say that is black, yet they are seeing it is red. But because for their personal interests and their political party interests, they have to say it is black, and they will say it. Cecilia wasn't that nature of person. Cecilia, that is why you see that the country is missing a person who would give the right direction where it was necessary. And many members of parliament, some were calling her Grandy, some were calling her Mommy, because she would always ensure that members of parliament are on the right path. As a parliamentary commissioner, when she came to become the opposition chief whip, still she ensured that what is right is what is followed, and at all times, nationalism, Uganda, was the priority.
Okay, Jerome Paul, when you hear the things Robert is speaking about, the fallen politician Cecilia Ogwal, what does that make you, and of course comparing with the political situation in the country currently, especially when we look at the opposition, their behavior and how they react to different issues. And then you see this lady who was opposing the government in many different ways, and yet she could still sit on the round table with them and speak to them. I mean, the president is going to be the chief celebrant when at one of the places where the body is going to be. What does that make you think, and what would that make you say as far as the political situation in the country is concerned?
You know, the funny fact, before we went on air, I did whisper to Robert, asking him whether Cecilia at any one moment crossed to the NRM party. And he told me no.
No.
And also when you look back into her history, she has not been at the helm of the government, only maybe the government of the UPC. But it is something that you have to look at and clearly give us a clear model of what an opposition member of parliament should look like. In regards to the fact that you're opposing the government, you always have to show a high level of discipline in the choice of words, in the way you lead discussions, and in the way you approach certain things. Because one of the bigger issues we've had with the opposition, and something that they can pick from the led, is regardless of whether you have differences in the parties you come from, but then if you're addressing a national concern, it is something that is not supposed to divide us all. It is for one common cause. Because she's one of the many, or one of the few at the start, when Uganda was passing the Anti-Homosexuality Act into law, who came out and spoke vocally about it or against the opposition that Uganda was receiving before the president asserted into law. Because it is actually, it was a time when there was a meeting of high individuals where she came out and revealed that this is, this is a law that is being put to protect the cultures and norms of our people. And at the time, you get to realize that many were afraid to come out strongly on the same. But of course, she, especially not only Uganda, by the way, many countries who did not want to take a strong stand against homosexuality, which she came out and stood so confident against it, and protecting the views of our people. But then when it comes to how she has actually been approaching the ruling government in regards to pointing out where they are failing out, it is something that is quite admirable, because she has not in any way been abusive whatsoever. I was actually seeing videos and images where some of the politicians were actually saying it's very rare to find the president hugging an opposition member of parliament. However, there was quite many images that were showed, which is why we will definitely see the president giving a speech, about the death of this kind of person. So, which shows you that the president, regardless of the differences, this is an individual everyone was respecting. Because when you see the people who went to receive her body, most of them do not come from the opposition. They are coming from the ruling government, which shows you that politics, regardless of the party differences, we always have to be sure that everything we decide is for national interest, and we are humans after all. So that means if you create enmity simply because you have divisions here and there, then it becomes very unhealthy in the political space.
Yeah, I've had some political commentators once in a while say that if you create an enmity just because you're on different sides of the political spectrum, then you do not create a room you do not create room for comfort for the people that you're promising change, for the people that you're telling, when I come into power, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do things differently. Because if you're already coming in spreading hate, speaking with so much annoyance, then it doesn't leave so much comfort as to who you will be once you get the chance to also be a leader, or maybe you lead the country or be a member of parliament. I've only seen just the same level of admiration being given out when someone has died, when someone from government has died, or someone from politics. And this only happened when the late Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Olanya, died. I remember people from the opposition and people from the ruling government admiring him even in his death, saying he was fair and that he was a people person and he put country first. Very important. But today, very few politicians would die, and I'm not wishing anyone death, but I'm just saying, very few politicians will die and receive the same sort of admiration. So what do we learn from this?
But also, just a quick one, Chirabo. you see, when you go back to her journey, even the political space, when you mention being a people person,
yes,
it even goes back to how she has worked within the people. When you look back in 1982, she was among the founders of the Housing Finance Bank.
Okay.
Now, that clearly shows you she has been not only in the political space, but also actively within Uganda's business, fraternity and economy.
And she was a businesswoman herself.
Exactly. And during the same period, from 1982 to 1984, working with Housing Finance Bank, from 1981 to 1986, she was the chairperson of the Uganda Development Bank. So that means even during such a time, she is within the people, and believe it, during such a time, Uganda was still politically unstable. Now, you are a woman, first of all, in a time when women were never recognized as much in the leadership positions, but you're standing out, you have all these duties, you have all these roles.
Well, what you're seeing right now is a plane at the Entebbe International Airport. Departures have commenced. Some delegates are starting to leave the country. The delegates that had flown in for the Non-Aligned Movement Summit and others that stayed here for the G77 plus China Summit. Some of them have started leaving, and that's one of the footages we are getting right now from Entebbe International Airport. And of course, we will be bringing you more updates regarding the same. Sonko, you were saying?
So, when you look at all these leadership roles she was taking during her early stages of politics and being in human management, because she had a diploma as well in human resource management from what is it UMI currently. So, when you look at how she has actually grown through these stages, she has dealt with different kind of people, different sets of people. And in the long run, how she has been conducting herself is an example of why everyone is speaking good of her. Being an iron lady, and of course being someone who's very vocal when it comes to human rights as well, but also on protection of females in this country. So what I'm trying to say is, if you are a leader as of today, we do know members of parliament, or we do know politicians also have different ventures elsewhere besides the political space. But how do you conduct yourself away from the politics? Because in most cases, you realize there are people who may have two sides of the coin, or two faces. One is the political face, the other is the personality face, whereby the personality face is quite different from the political side. And in most cases, if you have two different characters and they are always counteracting or contradicting with the face in the political space, then the chances are you may not have, many people speaking good about you. So that is what you could definitely say, that many politicians should utilize, such names like the late Cecilia Ogwal to ideally shape their characters, shape the bond with the people of Uganda, and most importantly, putting Uganda first, regardless of, because if you're the opposition, you have to put yourself in the shoes that if one day we are given the opportunity to rule the country, is this how we are going to conduct ourselves? Is this how we are going to be leading conversations? Is this the manner in which we are going to be carrying ourselves? So it goes back to how you drive your personality and how you manage leadership, something that I greatly admire from the late.
We are speaking about the life of the fallen politician Cecilia Ogwal. Now, a little more background about Cecilia Ogwal. She is commonly known as Cecilia Ogwal. She was a politician, businesswoman, and management consultant. She attended schools in Uganda. All her education was in Uganda. And in 1967, at the age of 21, she was admitted to the University of East Africa in Nairobi. That is when she now transitioned from Ugandan education and went to get more to a higher level of education from a university outside the country. And later on, she was able to graduate with a Bachelor of Commerce, and she graduated in 1970. And she, like Chirabo said, many media houses have been reporting that she was the first Ugandan beauty queen. But like Chirabo mentioned, she was not a Miss Uganda. But she was a first runner-up. The winner that year was a lady from Fort Portal. But she, in one of the interviews she once had with the media, she said, probably people thought I was Miss Uganda because of my confidence and because I stayed or I joined the political spectrum and people got to know me even more. So they were under the impression that I was Miss Uganda. But she said she was never Miss Uganda. She was just part of the first beauty pageant and she came in as the first runner-up. She has been a member of parliament since 1996 and during that tenure, like my colleagues have been sharing, she has contributed greatly to the politics of this country. Now, Chirabo, when we speak about the life of the late, you and Sonko have already unpacked so much contribution that she made to the political spectrum. And you're not a woman, but still, you can advise in that arena. What do you suggest or propose female leaders or those that are aspiring to be leaders should emulate from Cecilia Ogwal?
One, Cecilia was a record breaker. Now, going to the East African School, university that you talked about, to do her bachelor's in commerce, girls by then were not allowed to do that particular course. It is Cecilia and I think 4 other Ugandan women, names I don't have, that pushed for this, and they told them, let's put you on experimental program for 1 year and we see
how you perform.
How you perform, because this is not something for ladies by then. Now, guess what happened? At the end of it, Cecilia emerged the best.
The best.
The best. And then they opened the course for ladies to study. Even as others were still in primary, as she participated in a mathematics contest as the only girl nationally, where they had said, they had told her, no, but there is no reason to participate. Mathematics is for boys. And she did very well, even winning a scholarship for education throughout, because the winner would benefit that. So, for the young ladies out there, Cecilia was determined, the late was determined, that against all odds, against all encumbrances, you can make it. This issue of sitting by and say, but I'm a woman.
Waiting for things to happen to you
I'm
or for you.
That wasn't her nature. Should say, well, I'll go there, I'll give it my best. Even if you listen to her debates in parliament, you'd never knock her down simply because you're a man and you're debating. One, God had blessed her with a unique voice. You know, not so high, but there. And second, God had blessed her with humor. Because I don't remember on the floor of parliament where during her deliberation, people wouldn't laugh. She had humor. Even at one time when she was extremely disorganized by the late foreign general, you would see, much as she went to the media, but you would see humor and also respect. Respect and discipline.
So there was a balancing act of I am stern, I am confident, I know what I want and I will speak for what I want, whatever cause it is, but at the same time, I am a feminine woman.
Yes, because I remember there was a function, I think it was in Western Uganda, she was invited, and I think the young men and people there, because they knew she's FDC, never wanted to give her an opportunity to speak. Now, she came and took on the microphone and said, Your Excellency, I don't know for whatever reasons, these young boys want to deny me an opportunity to speak. Yet, I'm their grandmother. Now I'm speaking. Your Excellency, you spoke for 1 hour. And in all that time you spoke, there are critical issues you never talked about. You did not talk about the girl child. Yet today, It was during COVID. Yet today we're having so many girls that have dropped out of school, so many girls that are pregnant. We have all this. So you should talk about this and put it as essential on your agenda. Then she ended, they know that you've invited, there's always humor, but above all, the young politicians, the lack of respect for one another. One is debating, he can't even respect someone as head of state. You hear that? So, the discipline, the determination, and objectivity. Because today, I'm sorry to say, but we have political extremes. Not the terrorists, but extremes. You know? That one can understand and say, we don't have this leadership. You get it? Extremes, radicalism, that wasn't this lady. She would know that I'm a go-getter, I'll get it, but what does it take? And she was good at also convincing others. Lobbying, that's the word I want to use, lobbying. Cecilia would know the game of politics, that if we want this to happen, we may not push it alone as opposition. That is why you hear the deputy speaker talk about her coming to him. The speaker talk about her coming to him. You'd hear various ministers, the likes of Frank Tumwebaze, saying she came to me. So she knew that sometimes verbal artillery may not be the solution. Neither saying let's go and plant with token roads will not be the solution. But you have to apply a sense of lobbying.
And that's how politics is played. When you look at these Western nations, you will find, I'll give you an example of some of the developed countries, like let's say the United States. You're going to find Republicans and Democrats lobbying about a certain cause. And sometimes politics calls for this, working together for the common
convince
good.
me to see things the way you see them.
Yes.
Then after, show me the national good in it. It shouldn't always be,
Personal.
we should fight.
Because sometimes when people fight, it becomes personal. It's no longer for good of country. But when you mentioned that she knew how to get what she wanted, Cecilia one time said in an interview that her earliest childhood memory was a hunger strike. That she one time went on a hunger strike because she had been blocked from a primary school's mathematics competition.
Yeah, that's the one she won. That's the one she won. They are told that you are a woman.
Yes.
This is not something for the girls.
Yes.
This is something for the boys. It is national. It is big. It was organized by something called Brothers.
But you see, also we need to recognize the fact that she was a family woman.
Yes.
And you did mention her husband was among the people who received the body yesterday.
Mr. Lamek
Ogwal. And a mother of 7.
And other adopted children.
You see, when you look at it in that way, I think in most cases as we are pushing for leaders, this is an example you have to look at. Family has always been pivotal in any, aspect of a good leader.
Yes.
How do you front, leadership? How do you front your family? And it goes back to the fact that besides the fact that you are a feminist in a way, but it does not take away the fact that you have the woman qualities, or you always have to front the element that as a woman, this is what you're meant to do, and you do not cross the lines. And I think it is actually, when you look at what they speak about her, she was a loving mother, a loving wife. And that alone shows you what our female leaders should as well emulate from the late.
Because usually you find that it's very hard for female leaders to balance politics,
family,
and family.
And then
those two
at the
are
same
very
time.
business. They can try, but limelight, politics, you'll find that many of them fail at that, and many of them, the women,
the family,
either they lose the family
politics.
and they go to the politics, and also others, many women activists, feminists, you find that when it comes to family, and I think this is also what has drilled sometimes this activism bringing meaning, because sometimes the men who are vital to understand these issues can look and say, but amongst all of you speaking, who is having a stable family?
And she had one.
And she had one. That was unique about her. And also the way she has been handling her family. many people thought Cecilia wasn't a married woman because of her how aggressive she was on issues and how passionate and how she brought them on. But I told you that it was not so long when I was watching an interview. I said, this lady is married. You know, I saw
because her maiden name is a Tim.
Yes.
So Ogwal is
for
her
the husband.
Yes.
for the husband. But many would think maybe there are ladies that carry family names for a long time, and now you may find Dr. Rebecca Nyonyitono, and you may think maybe Nyonyitono is the father's name, because many do carry that.
Yes.
So that uniqueness is very important for the young politicians, that actually being a woman of valor, strong, impactful, does
Noble
not mean
character.
that actually you have to drop this and move on. Otherwise, if you're to push the gospel of what you want to, of these rights, of fighting these injustices, people will better see you when you're a very good manager of the first unit of society. A good leader must be able to manage their family very well.
Because that is where the leadership
Yes, that's
comes
where the
in.
leadership
You show
comes
direction
from.
right from where you are,
Well,
where you're coming from.
Speaking about family and how she was able to balance her political career and also family, there is one aspect that I would like for you gentlemen to also look at. She was married to a supportive partner, because in one of her interviews when she was speaking about her participation in the Miss Uganda contest in 1969, she said her husband, who was then her fiance, is the one who encouraged her to actually sign up and compete, okay? Because he used to jokingly tell her, I will be married to the most beautiful woman in Uganda. So he encouraged her to go after that. And later on, when she was joining politics, he was also very supportive. Now, coming back to you gentlemen, what would be the word of advice to male counterparts, to the ladies that aspire for offices of influence, let's say in politics, in the corporate world? What would be your message to such gentlemen?
First,
moment of silence.
well, now, you see, the likes of Cecilia Ogwal, a few. You can only count them.
Yes. But
They
why
don't
are they
even
few?
make a handful.
But you can make one.
Now what happens is the history is not so favorable.
The history is not favorable.
It's
What
not
do you mean?
Because you see precedents. If you're to look at how many women in politics, and this is why we're talking of her uniqueness, have been able to do this. Now this creates fear amongst many men. Have been blessed to interact with very many men who are very impactful, strong spouses in this country. And Rotary, and interviewing them, then after have a side talk about it. But you see, many of them tell undesirable stories of who their women were and what they became after getting to these positions. Then also, there's that inferiority complex that also jumps in. So men, we encourage them to be supportive, because in marriage is doing life together. But we are still entangled in the bad history or precedents set by so many. Just as sometimes Africans and Ugandans, we are blessed that we know how to paint a picture. That if I'm married to Najuma, if we are a family, even if we fought at night, when visitors come or when we are before the public, it is all smiles. Yeah? But we still, and it is very bad that Honorable Cecilia has gone at a time when we needed her most. Because you're having so many young ladies joining politics, so many young ladies rising through the hierarchy of the political leadership of this country. And they need the likes of Cecilia Ogwal, who is now gone, to guide them, to mentor them, to advise them.
Well, to me, I think when you mentioned that the husband, Mr. Ogwal, supported her, I think for us as men today, jokingly, you get to realize that people tell you of their passions and what they want to achieve. Now, politics is a dream of there are certain people who ideally want to be politicians.
Yes.
And they are go-getters.
It's actually sometimes not even politicians. They want to be leaders.
They want to be leaders.
Leadership takes them into politics.
And in these discussions, when you're trying to lure her into becoming your person, she's going to tell you everything.
Yes.
She will tell you, I want to achieve this, maybe I want to be a CEO of this company. And the thing is, during that talking stage, it is either you're picking up the notes to support this person, or you're breaking them. And the majority that we have of the men currently is they are breaking these women in a way that this woman will tell you what she wants to achieve in the long run. But since you've actually talked about the superiority complex and the like,
inferiority complex.
Yeah, inferiority complex, where men would feel like, no, this woman is not supposed to be doing this and this. This is where the issue comes from. Now, imagine in a moment whereby Mr.
So let me just give you a light moment.
Just a moment. In a moment, if, for example, Mr. Ogwal wasn't supportive of what, and he was always, trying to put her down, then she wouldn't have stood.
Become the iron lady that we knew.
But because he understood what she wanted to achieve, and he saw the character of a go-getter, of someone who is going to stand on their 2 feet. And that is the issue we do have today, why most women actually fail to meet opportunities, because either way there is someone who has limited their esteem, and this is why I say,
their wings.
Exactly. Someone who's trying to put them down, simply because he is the man in the picture. Now, to me, I feel if you're not willing to support, because everybody has got life outside of this relationship.
Of the marriage.
Outside of the marriage. And if at all you're not willing to support this person, then you're not good for them. And if you want them to support you the same way, it is supposed, because now the generation has actually changed. Besides the history that we read about, you have to be supportive. And the politics, as we say at times, is a dirty game. But you have to support this person. You want them to be a member of parliament, you support them. You rally people on her behalf. At times it's going to be a very, very, very chaotic space whereby the men are going to be indulging in acts that may actually lead to death. If this woman comes back home when she's sad, stressed and everything, you're supposed to push her to go again. If it fails, then that is where you see women becoming even more of the iron ladies.
But takes two to tango.
Let me
the person you're supporting, on the other hand,
are they supportive?
Yes.
Are they also
supportive? Are they also understanding the various dynamics? I wanted to give you an example. There is a family, the lady is very strong on the political arena of this country. And actually what is funny is her journey, there's so much involvement of the husband. Right from when she was a nursery teacher, and the husband is the one who even told her, but now you can go into politics. Now one time, I go with them. The minister is picked. He sits in the car with the husband. Like, no, Chirabu, you can go with us to a certain function. Now we reach this because this was a national function. The escorts and all that, me and the husband had to stop somewhere. And security came and picked the wife to go and sit in the tent where ministers sit. So for us to find where we sit. But
by yourselves.
The organizing committee noticed. And they were able to give the husband a decent chair somewhere. But I was asking, now they are going to be pushing this. But they have come together and they have taken this other one. Now,
no, the man gave way for the woman.
No,
because the lady is the minister.
This is a minister.
Even so when the man if let's say if the roles were reversed and the gentleman was.
So some of these things, it is now that after that incident, the lady must know that. I love the words of Mukono woman member Betty Bachireke. She said, the moment I get home,
I am not a politician.
I'm a wife. I'm not a politician.
That's very important.
When I get out of home,
that is when I'm the politician.
I'm now honorable.
Now, I think that is where you're saying women have to also respect
yes,
that,
also
that
have
once you're home,
because why are we having this conflict?
Your husband is not going to call you honorable. Okay, he can call you honorable in times, but then they are not exactly going to be treating you as honorary as you expect in Parliament.
As you expect, because, and this is very important, because it actually cuts across, even away from politics. If the lady is, let's say, a CEO of a multinational company, she may forget that when she enters her home, she's not the CEO. She is a wife and she has someone that leads her. But as we still mention this, like support, being married, remembering your responsibilities as a wife, can we also, again, I'll come back to you gentlemen. Sonko, I like Sonko, he tried so much to show and explain that women need the support. If someone in the talking stage or in the beginning told you about their aspirations, do not clip their wings down. But now that we know, sometimes there have been ultimatums. You supported them in the beginning, they get into politics or they get that office of power. And then you start, the inferiority complex you mentioned comes in, and then probably you start. Do you think that sometimes couples, especially husbands, since we're talking about a fallen lady politician, do you think that sometimes husbands find trouble where it is not, just because they probably didn't expect this growth at the onset?
Well, I agree with you. That is very true. And I want to let men know that the world has changed. Times have changed. Gone are the days where a man had to be the lead in everything. I'm talking in terms of earnings of a home. There you're going to meet this lady, you're all coming from campus, university. But then as time goes on, she becomes the Helen Kajino of this world. She becomes the Dorothy Chisaka, you know. She becomes, she becomes the prime minister today we have. Yes. You know, she becomes the vice president today we have. Initial stages, you never knew what the Lord had in front. Cecily Ogwal, now the widow Alamek Ogwal, didn't maybe even know that she would rise to these positions. Yes. You know? So, if you still have that mentality, that I must be the head, you're going to be a leader. But that doesn't mean that you're going to be the head. Financially, you may not be. Protection-wise, I've seen men, you drive an ordinary car. This lady is driven and has escorts. You have the IGG, you have the deputy IGG.
Come to think of it, many
so as long as you don't
in the
move away
country
from
are
that,
filled by
women. No, when you talk about big offices, yes, the IGG, the deputy IGG,
Prime Minister,
Vice President, Speaker of Parliament,
Go
Deputy Speaker of Parliament,
parastatos.
No, Deputy Speaker of Parliament is a gentleman.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Deputy Prime Minister.
First, second.
Yes.
You know, now move from there, go to key government bodies. You know, so anti-corruption,
Minister for Presidency,
everywhere. Now it is men must wake up to their reality. That is why there is one unique factor, if you've noticed, of all husbands of these great ladies.
And that is?
You'll find that little is known about them.
Isn't that how it's supposed to be?
Let me tell you, because they talk about,
because even the female spouses of the
where was and how many people
is
were having this Lamek Ogwal sounding. The husband of, I want to use both in government and outside government. Who knows Honorable Betty Bachileke's husband? Where is she? But the lady is dominating. Talk about the likes of...
It's not a competition.
What am I saying?
You see,
they understood that we don't have to compete.
Yes.
Yes.
You see? You'll find a man who has not understood that the world has evolved. Seeing his wife on TV. Seeing his wife being a CEO of a multinational company. He doesn't understand. He can't tolerate it. A member of parliament, we go like the example I've given you, so I go with you. Me, I stay in the ordinary. You're taking the VIP. Me, I'm protected. You're guarded. You know, I even fear that if I touch you, maybe outside we have people who are guarding. Men must wake up to this reality that there has been evolved, the world has evolved. Now this is the world we are living in, and be supportive. These women have silent husbands, but in the backyard, these husbands are working so hard, supporting a woman to compete in Miss Uganda by then. With our tradition, even your mother will tell you, who are you?
You're going to embarrass us.
Embarrass us. But this
You're going
man
to be
silently supported. Come to her political line. He's been in the background, silent, but supporting. So, because they understood the dynamics and the changing world, and one thing I learned, you cannot fight change. If you cannot resist change. So men must wake up and understand that we cannot continue resisting change, but rather be supportive, understand the dynamics of the world and the changes that have come up, and live according to that.
And the clear example is here. You're a leader, a politician, a mother, and also helping, taking care of other children, let's say a guardian, clearly shows you that, one, she has had a supportive husband, like Chero is calling upon the men. At times you can't be in the background without anyone knowing who you are, but as long as you're pushing this woman to be the better version of herself.
And understand that it is okay.
Because imagine this is a man who came into her life when she was still in her early age. And this time to find a woman who's focused at that age, goes back to what Chero mentioned. At 21 today, you're not going to find the same kind of mindset.
There are some that have the mindset.
Very few.
You please not generalize?
Okay, I'm saying when we look at the women today, I think they should look at her as someone who was...
I don't understand them very well of today.
I actually wanted to come to you.
When you look at what she was able to achieve at that age, shows you that she was willing to have a direction at a very early age. As of today, many, I won't generalize, I would say many really need to look up to her, because at 21 today, the quality you would get in 1960 is slowly fading away.
And I like that you're mentioning 1960s and now in 2024. And I actually earlier wanted to come back to you because you're fairly young, and the ladies that you engage with, maybe friends, schoolmates, are also fairly young. And because of that...
And they're in that age bracket.
And they're in that age bracket when she became something, when she contested.
They understand that age better.
So earlier, Ron, I asked Chirabo to give a message to female leaders or aspiring leaders out there. But now, his message was good and straight to the point, but I feel like a woman like me would understand it, okay? A woman of my age or close to my age understands it, because probably life has taken you through things and you know that you now need to learn standing up for yourself. Don't be lazy, work hard, be focused. But for let's say someone that is in high school, maybe senior 6 vacation, or someone that is joining campus, picking from the life of the late Cecilia Ogwal as a lady that was a businesswoman, that was a politician, that was a mother, but overall a woman that knew what she wanted and knew how to go for it. What message would you give young women that are just coming up? They are even still in school.
Well, the beauty about it is when you look at her journey, even when you read about her, you realize that maybe her journey was one which was more focused. Of course, every journey has got issues here and there. And as of today, every person wants to have, every person has dreams, really. Dreams that you want to be this kind of person, you want to do this and this. And the beauty about today's generation, unlike back in the time, today women are being supported heavily. They do have lots of women they are looking at who are, in the mentorship kind of way, that you want to be this woman, you want to be this kind of person. And for me, normally, even with the gentlemen or women in my age bracket, in most cases, I normally say, you want to achieve something, but you're supposed to follow the right channels to go there. At times, no shortcuts to life.
Well,
the shortcuts are always there.
We will get back to the explanation on shortcuts. Okay. I would like for us now to direct our attention to a speech that the late Cecilia Ogwal gave on the prayer breakfast on 8th October 2023. And it was in the presence of the President of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. It's important to note that the fallen politician was a member of the opposition. She was never a part of the national resistance movement, yet she worked hand in hand with them. Let's watch the speech.
Spirit of prayer. This month of October is the month of breakthrough. Those of you who know how to read the Bible, like I do, you know that in the 10th month, two things happened. One, the flood of Noah started to go down. In the 10th month, Esther, the queen, was able to find favor with the king. So as we gather here, let's believe this month of October, the Lord will do something incredible, not only in Uganda, but also in the region. If I was not given a topic to pray on, I would have just given a testimony. Because in the last couple of years, we have prayed with a theme. We came with a theme of balancing the boat. Then we came with the theme of order from above. And I want to thank my brother, His Excellency the President, that he heard the voice of the Lord. He went to the north and repented. He buried Okoya to bury the history. The ugly history had to be buried. That is a testimony we cannot ignore. It did not just happen. Your Excellency, it did not just happen. It is the voice of the Lord speaking to you. Let's bury history. And you did it very willingly. And we need to thank God as Ugandans. The King of Rwenzururu was returned recently. That is the voice from above. So I think we need to recognize that God is at work. So when we pray here, don't underrate the prophetic prayers that we utter or we pour in this national altar. So I want to thank you for giving me this topic, Honorable David Bahati, to pray for the family. And this is a very spectacular year, because my own elder brother celebrated 50 years of marriage, His Excellency the President, and you all saw it. He was very proud, and yet for me, I've celebrated 53 years of marriage. So I'm younger, but I've stayed longer. And I think I have more experience than him. Praise be to God. Each and every one of us come from a family. And you can see how the Holy Spirit works. When Justice Catherine stood up to talk, she started talking about family. And I was now asking myself, what am I going to say or pray about? She has already explained to us what the family is all about. But let us focus on the Bible, whether you read the Quran or the Bible. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 6 installs God as the father of the household. So God is the father of our household. Then Paul, in Ephesians 3, dismantled the border. And he said, God, that I bow down to the God of our Father Jesus Christ, and is the family of heaven and earth is the Father. So you can imagine, all of us who are here, we are heading a family. Whether you are heading a constituency, you are heading a family of your constituency. If you are heading a church, that is a family you must take care of. And God has laid rules. He said, you must obey the authority. You must obey your husband. You must obey the fathers. And they say, although I disagree with some rules, because I don't agree that we should all the time be submissive to husbands, even when he's a drunkard. But that's the command of the Bible. I think the pastors will tell me to repent and then start obeying. We are here to pray, and I would like us as Ugandans and East Africans and Africans to pray for three forces that confront our families. First and foremost, which is hurting each and every one of us, born and reared in Africa, that there is a force from the bottom of hell attacking familyhood in our society. That is actually attacking the very core of God's creation. God created whatever he created, and he said, go ye and multiply. So the moment you attack the very core of creation, you are attacking God. And that is this force which is called LGBTQ, the homosexuality forces. That is not just the mindset of developed countries against us. That is the force from hell. And the Bible tells us we are not fighting human beings. We are not fighting flesh and blood. We are not fighting Europeans. We are not fighting in Americans. We are fighting the forces of hell. And we must all rise up, fast and pray. Because the Lord our God said, there are certain forces which need fasting. And I want the master of ceremony to be among those to be silent and listen to the voice of God. Amen? Praise the living God. We are also going to pray. We are also going to pray against the forces of flood, which is challenging stability in familyhood. We are now confronted with unemployment, poverty, alcoholism. They call it domestic violence. We must pray against it. We are all confronted by those forces in our society. We must also pray against negative cultures and societal prejudices. I remember when Justice mentioned some multi-husband society, there was a lot of discomfort. Because when you talk about polygamy, men are very comfortable, even the born-again ones. But when you talk about multi-husband, everybody, even a child, is uncomfortable. Master of ceremony, allow me to break the tradition. This is a very difficult prayer we are praying. May I ask you humbly to stand up. God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. It is not by accident, Lord, that you brought us today, the 8th day, and 8 is symbolic in the heavenly powers. That we are gathered here at this national altar. Father, my God, today we come in the power of our Lord to uproot, pull down, and destroy any force standing against our prayer at this altar. And we decree and declare that the power of God must take charge at this altar. Father, my God, today, the forces of LGBTQ coming against Africa, attacking familyhood, and creating things imaginable, the transgender, the gay, lesbians, and all sorts of evil practices. Father, today, we decree at this national altar that this power will not invade Uganda. We uproot them, we tear them down, and we destroy them. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Father, my God, the law is a law, but you are a God above the law. Father, today we are going to ask you to stand against those forces. They may be too big for us, but they cannot be too big for our God. And Father, today we pray, whatever weapon is being sharpened against Uganda, because of our stand, hearing the voice of God and accepting to make a law to protect familyhood. Father, my God, today we decree and declare that any evil weapon against Uganda will not stand. Any evil weapon against Uganda will not stand. Any evil power designed against Uganda will not stand. Father, my God, we pray as parents, Lord, my Father, have mercy over us. If our forefathers, our fathers, our mothers did not mentor us properly, did not teach us properly, Father, we ask you to forgive us. As today the theme is to repent. But Father, we pray that you release our children into holy marriages. You release our children, Father, my God, into fruitful marriages, that we may look back and see our grandchildren and be happy and give glory to God. And Father, my God, today we decree and declare, Lord, that as we pray today, we take our stand. And for me as a member of parliament, I will say the prayer of Joshua in Joshua 24. As for me, Cecilia Timogwal, and my husband, Mr. Smart Ogwal, we shall serve the Lord and the entire constituency of Dokolo. And as for the church, you must declare for your churches. And as for His Excellency the President, we will stand with you and declare. As for the President and the people of Uganda, we shall serve the Lord. And we all say Amen.
Well, that was such a powerful prayer, and this happened at last year's National Prayer Breakfast that happened on October 8th, 2023. Before the prayer, she gave a few comments, and where she mentioned that she had been married for 53 years to her husband, Mr. Lamek Ogwal, and she declared in her prayer that as for her, Cecilia Atim Ogwal, and her husband, Mr. Ogwal, they would serve the Lord. She has been a Christian and a lady that held true to the words of the Lord. And even in her prayer and even the comments before her prayer, you can see that she kept giving nuggets and tidbits from the Bible, sharing different words of encouragement through scripture. Now, my colleagues, Robert Chirabo and Jerome Paul, I remember, Robert, you said that her speeches were always characterized with humor. And I saw how she was trying to throw some jibes at the president of, I am younger, but I've been married longer. And that was when she was commenting about the president's celebration of 50 years in marriage last year still. What do you take away, as we close, what do you take away from those comments, or if you may call it a speech, that she made right before the prayer, that the strong and powerful prayer that she gave at the national breakfast?
She had Uganda at heart and was not willing to betray Uganda at any one point. You know, now we've passed that law.
Yes.
But there were very few politicians at that time who would come out and publicly show their side, because they had been scared that they would be denied visas, if you remember that, to some countries. They were told that many of you have your children studying there. You know, they will have issues. So there was a lot of scaring around members of parliament, to be more specific, not to pass that law, much as it had the blessings of the president. Now, in such a situation, Cecilia standing up and saying, we shall stand against homosexuality, wasn't an easy thing, because there's nothing monetary she would gain by saying we are against. But maybe there was something monetary she would gain by saying we are not against. But she chose, and when you listen to her as Africans, as the people of Uganda, for the future of the next generations, you see that she had Uganda at heart. And that was not anything she would compromise. But also finally unique about Cecilia, she stood in the opposition till her death.
She didn't cross over.
I'm not saying it is bad to cross over.
It is not bad.
It is not bad.
But it is something that has
But
characterized
in
politics.
our political terrain of Uganda, we've seen many politicians
leaving
who today are here. It is not illegal. Our constitution gives you the right.
Yes.
Today they are here.
Very, very chaotic time.
They are showing this side. Then tomorrow they are this side. And more so that sometimes it comes with benefits. This is common of African governments. And this one would say maybe politics. But also the legacy she has left behind. She was steadfast in what she believed in. There could have been enormous temptations coming her way. But she was focused and said, this is what we push for. I've seen every time you are going into an election, an exodus of politicians. I think we can look at Cecilia, the likes of Matthias Nsubuga. I think he was in DP once there, and very few we can see.
The only time she ever was an exodus for her was when she moved from UPC to FDC. And
but she must have been a very good target. Just imagine if a lady with that history made a crossover. What was she standing to benefit, and what would it mean to the other side? But she believed in what she believed, and still very objective, that even where she was still objective. And very vital in national building.
Oh, thank you so much, Robert. Joram Paul Sonko, what is your takeaway from the life of the late Cecilia Ogwal, and from that prayer that she gave last year on the prayer breakfast?
Woman of God, when you look at what we have as a motto of our country, for God and my country.
Yes.
And when she says that when she was leading the prayers, of course, Uganda was at heart in everything she was actually wishing for, even in the prayers as she was, ushering us into the new year that we are currently in. And sadly, she has not been able to live beyond this particular year. And also, the other takeaway would be the fact that she has been very objective in the way she addresses matters, especially matters of concern, where the opposition would definitely be abusive. She would rather use diplomatic terms to address these fronts in front of the very many. And I love the fact that even with her sense of humor, you could see how she could attract the attention from everybody who took part of that national prayer last year. But my takeaway as well would be the fact that for the young women, they should look up to her in the way she decided to run her own journey and her own race and stick to what she knows best, which is being dedicated, outspoken, and well, the world can rotate around you. Because what they say is, if at all you don't show what you are, the world would show you who you are. And the good thing is she showed the world who she is, and that is why we say the Iron Lady. Not because she was tough, but because she stood on her 2 feet to decide and make decisions that were vital for the benefit of Ugandans, for the benefit of women, and of course for all the politicians, all the female politicians that we have. To me, may her soul rest in eternal peace.
Indeed, may her soul rest in eternal peace. We have been commenting on the life of the former, now the deceased, woman member of parliament for Dokolo constituency, that is Cecilia Atim Ogwal. Born on 12th June 1946, she died last week on Thursday, January 18th, 2024 in India. Currently, as we have been showing you some footage from Parliament, the casket now lies at the central lobby where members of Parliament and other mourners will view the body and sign the condolence book. She has a lot under her belt that she has achieved during her lifetime. Her legacy will remain. And from us here at Good Morning Uganda, we say rest in peace, and we send our condolences to her family and friends. May her soul rest in peace.
The National Liberation Day, held on the 26th of January every year, marks the overthrow of the previous government by the National Resistance Movement /Army in 1986. The theme for the 38th NRA Victory Day anniversary celebrations is Building a Country We All Cherish. On Friday the 26th of January 2024, all roads will lead to St. John's Secondary School Wachitaka in Jinja City, Church of Uganda grounds for the anniversary celebrations. Don't miss the celebrations live on UBC.
Thank you. Hello, Eric. Come and see my new home.
Are you looking for the best quality paint for your dream home? Be part of the new revolution with our Global Paint Silk Vinyl that gives you beautiful, shining interior walls, as Weathercoat gives you never fading and strongly guarded walls against bad weather conditions. Located along Namavi Industrial Park, Global Paints, a reliable product.
The energy of this land comes to life in dreams and memories. It lights up in these nights and leads us to new horizons. It pushes us to go further and see bigger. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
Empowered by Africa.
Oryx Lubricants, powered by Africa.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarima Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions and avoid common pitfalls.
To access the portal, log on to protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug or visit our website www.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Email us on info@statehouseinvest.go.ug or call us on 0326 100630. Visit our office at Lumumba Avenue, Plot 51B, Nakasero Hill, Kampala, Uganda. The State House Investors Protection Unit, empowering investors.
UBC is the national public broadcaster. We educate, inform, entertain, and inspire our audiences. You can watch us on free-to-air channel 001, DSTV channel 282, GoTV channel 371, Star Times channel 201, Zuku TV channel 20, and Azam TV channel 350. Even when your subscription expires, you can still watch UBC for free on your pay TV platforms.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Juko. Yo. Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia. It is real.
I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Juko. I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind. I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief and start
the process of economic transformation. Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better.
PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
Amabara ni Nyosanyi Grace.
My name is Sanyu Grace and I reside in Chitebutula A village, Njala Parish, East Division, in the central city. We received a 4 million loan from UWEP. We are widowed women striving to support ourselves. Each woman runs her own individual business, which includes activities like bricklaying, operating a retail shop, and in my case, farming.
Juko.
Yo.
Check the shopping, man. What's your secret?
Haven't you heard of the parish development model, PDM?
Yes, I did, but I thought it was just a talk.
No, Sebatia.
It
is real.
I and a few friends together formed a circle, accessed money from the PDM, invested in a portrait project, and now things are moving.
Juko, I thought I was one of your friends.
You are.
But you left me behind.
I didn't leave you in poverty. What you do, just visit your LC2 chairperson and your parish chief
and start the process of economic transformation.
Just like that. The parish development model is an initiative from the government of Uganda
through the Ministry of Local Government designed to transform all lives of Ugandans for the better.
PDM, my parish, my development, my life.
economic focus. In response to the era of economic globalization, the non-aligned movement has expanded its focus beyond political ideals to advocate for a more equitable international economic order. The movement recognizes the need for economic cooperation and development initiatives that benefit all member states, particularly those in the developing world.
Good morning, and you're here once again for our discussions to do with the G77 plus China summit. And of course, it kicked off yesterday at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Today is day 2. A matter of fact, the meetings that are ongoing are closed, or what you could say closed door meetings. But our main focus today is talking a very critical point where we are in a world of technology, in a world of innovation, in a world of ICT, dominating different spheres of the world. What a time for us to have this discussion as the members of the G77 plus China are in the country, 135 member states that are representing the developing countries. And as a matter of fact, the overseer, the big brother China, on the other hand, is a country that is huge, that has actually made different changes, and it has actually made different developments in the world of innovation and technology. The interesting bit of it is starting, or it is stemming from the grassroots. That is the education background, the children in China. So as we are benchmarking, these are some of the things that we have to look back at. In the country last year, the digital transformation, or what you could say the digital transformation roadmap was launched by the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And the aim is to ensure that Ugandans get in sync with the same. Today, we're looking at the impact the G77 plus China summit has on innovation and technology. And who else to talk more about this particular issue than Professor Vinicius Bariamureba, who is in studio this morning to discuss more of the same. Tell you what, he's the chairman board UTAMU, that is the Uganda Technology and Management University in Bugolobi, but also he's a political analyst, at the same time an economic analyst. Very good morning to you, Professor. Many thanks for joining us today.
A very good morning to you too. You know, you pronounce my name so well. Okay. I'm so impressed.
Thank you very much. And of course, Professor is a man of many words, I should say. But let's get deep into our conversation this morning. The G77 plus China summit is in the country, Professor. From a political point of view, what does this mean for Uganda?
I mean, it means a lot for Uganda. You know, we talked about 135 plus countries, and of course, we also had the NAM summit.
Yes.
For me, the limelight is now on Uganda and on our president. So when you hold these positions of chair, you know, they give you leverage. True. Now you can go to China, is received as chairperson. You know, you are like not down there. It's like if you are chairperson of UN, chairperson of this NAM, chairperson of G7 plus, chairperson of even African Union. I remember when President Kagame was chairperson of African Union recently. He leveraged a lot of that, and he was able to bring a lot of stuff to Rwanda. That's why you see innovations going to Rwanda, some funds going to Rwanda, because he was able to use that position. So as Uganda, as a country, we are happy that, you know, we are currently in charge, and we should use the next maybe 3 years to really benefit a lot from this.
Well, Professor, when you look at the main objective of founding, when the founders were coming up with the G77, the aim was to create cooperation that will economically see these countries grow from being developing to developed nations and states. Where are we now?
I mean, we've come a long way, and I expect us here, Ugandans, especially those in the government and the private sector, you know, when you bring 135 countries here, they are representatives.
Yes.
We don't want them to come and go back. We need to have like partnerships, we need to have collaborations. People should be really discussing, because when they come here, they get to know what Uganda is. Some of them are going to stay within Kampala, fine. But we need to be able to promote this country, promote what we do, you know. Just simple things like coffee, you know. Our coffee is really good, but some people don't know about Ugandan coffee. I wish we are really serving the Ugandan coffee, not like getting the other one that are
diluted or
imported
processed,
from wherever. So, but that aside, there's a lot of potential. Uganda has a very young population.
Okay.
Our internal capacity is very high, so we need to really work and benefit from technology.
Okay.
People used to send jobs to China, India, because they felt they had the human resources. But today, people are looking at technology. That's why you see companies like Google, Microsoft are now using robots and so on.
Okay.
Using a lot of technology in manufacturing, you know, smart manufacturing. And as a country, as a region, we need to really partner in those areas.
Well, and talking partnerships in technology, amongst the key speeches, of course, from the Chinese representative was the fact that technological advancements need to be upheld. The UN Secretary as well, General Secretary to the UN, also further emphasized and re-echoed on the fact that we have to support these countries. Looking at the technological advancement, where are we as developing countries? Away from Uganda alone, but where are we in regards to the growth in that sector?
We are still as developing countries. You know, one of the things we have to realize that no developed country is going to say our role is support undeveloped countries or developing countries to catch up with us. They will not do it for you. We have to do it ourselves. And of course, we have to handle the basics. There are issues of digital skills to ensure that the population has digital skills. Like anybody can actually use a phone, anybody can go on the internet and access information. You know, the issue of translation information into local languages like Uganda. If I'm from northern Uganda or from western Uganda or central and I don't speak English, I should also be able to go to the internet and access useful information, you know. So the issue of skills is very, very important.
Okay.
But also the issue of our education system. We keep talking about reviewing the curricula, that's not enough. We need to put in the basics. We have the labs that can really train our children to be technologically alert, you know. Or when you look at our universities, because when you look at the companies in the West and also these developed countries, they put a lot of money in research, and that's why they're always ahead of us. So how much money are we putting into research in our universities, in our research institutes, you know? Of course, I've seen this satellite. Some people had something, but finally we no longer have a satellite as a country. So, but that was a good start. So we need to really put money in research, to inform the decisions we take. The areas of
how about the generation we are leading today? You see, Professor, at times you look at putting money into research, but how ready is the generation? How ready is the market?
The generation is ready, but one of the things I see when we talk about collaboration or cooperation, you know, they say charity begins at home. It is so disheartening to see that within the East African community, we are really just fighting. There is a lot of infighting. You've heard what is happening in DRC with Rwanda, now Burundi and Rwanda. Now Sudan is trying to get out of IGAD and you know. So to me, what I realize that if we need to really cooperate at a global level, we need to really sort out the issues locally. And President 7 has been clear on that as East African community, we need to work together. As Africa, we need to work together, unity. That's why we talk about the African free trade area, you know. And it is important that when we sort out these issues, then we can be able to even work on the other things. Because if we don't, you know when we talk about even like smart manufacturing, how are you going to benefit if Uganda and Kenya are not working on so well? If they cannot accept exports and so on, if Burundi and Rwanda, the borders are closed. So some of these issues, we need to really address them. Even when it comes to free movement of people, we need to ensure that our borders are not just like we say open, but people can move freely across borders, so that we are able to benefit from the resources we have within the community and within the continent.
And well, when you look at the growth of innovation in countries like ours here, Uganda, over the years we've seen development of apps, ride-hailing apps. To name them, you could easily go through the same way Ugandans are developing their own. We've also seen many in manufacturing and also in electronic mobility. where we've seen Kira Motors coming up with different innovations of electric cars, and now they're manufacturing their own, assembling as well. But when you look at the market today, it is quite difficult for these particular goods to go way beyond Ugandan borders.
Yeah.
Where is the challenge at?
The challenge is, you know, when you are a country like Uganda, let me say that if you look at the budget of this Tesla company, the one of Elon Musk, is like 100 times the budget of Uganda. The research budget for just that company that manufactures electric cars is more than the national budget of Uganda for the whole year. So when you look at these companies in Germany, like the one for Benz, Mercedes-Benz and so on,
Volkswagen and...
yes, their budgets are so high. So if us as a country want to venture into electric cars, what is our budget? Our budget is about maybe 5 billion. But for them, they're talking in billion Uganda shillings. For them, they're talking in billions of dollars, trillions of dollars. So I'm not saying we should not promote Kira EV.
Okay.
But Kira EV, there is no way it can compete with those other companies. So it is a good innovation. We should support it locally.
Okay.
But even if you go to our neighbors like Kenya, like Rwanda, they're already getting their own solutions. And that's what the issue of value chain across the region is very, very important. If Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya could work together, maybe Tanzania, like the way they did the Airbus in Europe. Airbus, it is not just manufactured in France. You go to Spain, there is a component of Airbus they manufacture. You go to Germany, there's a component. You go to France, there's a component. Belgium and so on. Everybody contributes to Airbus. They just come and assemble. Now, for this thing of electric cars, if we had agreed as a community, who is going to do what? We'll produce a product where each partner state has contributed, and then it will be easy to sell it across borders. But now Kenya is having their own solution, Rwanda is having their own solution. It's like also the satellite. Kenya is doing their own thing, Rwanda is doing their own thing, Uganda is doing their own thing. So for me, the issue of cooperation is very, very important. It's key. It helps us to really utilize the resources efficiently. It also creates a bigger market for us. So the Kira EV, there is still hope, but still we have to bring on our neighbors.
The theme for this year's G77 plus China Summit is leaving no one behind. And when we say leaving no one behind, you get to realize that the countries of the global north have left us behind quite many steps ahead. Even China, which is part of us, has already left us behind.
And China will not let us catch up with it because
they are far away. And so for us who are here, want to be like them, what should we do? What should we do right that we have been doing wrong over the years?
What we need to do right is what China did right.
Okay.
China did not start with its own technologies or its own innovations.
Okay.
It went to the West, sent their people to the West. The West, I mean like USA, Canada, UK. They trained them there. And they even allowed them to work there, you know, for some time. Even India did the same, had the same model.
And their economy is actually transitioning through.
And then at some point they said, you come back. We are now
bring back the knowledge here.
So they came back with the knowledge. And that's how they have revolutionized everything in China and India. So even us, we may have to ensure that we do technology transfer. We cannot say we are going to have our own original technology, but we can transfer some of this technology in the West and see how best we can use it. Alongside that, we can also start innovating, coming up with our own technologies. Because if you look at China, that's what they are doing now. There are people who came from the West are now coming up with new technologies. And they're coming up with new companies that are now becoming billion-dollar companies.
You know, the worst part is every time someone leaves this country and goes away, or most of the African countries,
they don't come back.
They don't come back. It's either they're coming back during
retirement.
retirement.
Give them incentives. I don't know, you have to give them incentives. If I'm abroad, like in the US,
yes,
and I'm earning $30,000 a year, a month, 30,000, why should I come and start looking for a job?
In
the government should be able to have a program
where they're only going to give me 5,000.
Even if they say we are going to give you 5 or 10,000, some people are willing to come, but you have to have a good program. And I think we are headed there in Uganda, but Rwanda is already doing it. Do you know that in Rwanda, most of the people who are experts in the US and other places in the West, about 50% already back in Rwanda. And I see here in Uganda, Prim 7 is also trying to ensure this program is implemented. But we have to have a clear program that brings the diaspora back and to rebuild this country.
So that the diaspora brings the knowledge that they've been having.
Yes, and they are there, and they are many, yes.
Are they willing to come back?
Yes, because you see, when you go to IBM, you go to Microsoft, you go to Google, all these companies you go to, you'll find a Ugandan. And these are people, not just cleaners or messengers. They have expertise. So the issue is, how do we bring them back? But we have to have clear programs here in the country that can integrate them and they remain active. Can we bring them and take them to universities like Makerere and so on?
Okay.
What is they go there to do what? What is the research budget and so on? So these are issues we have to look into to have a clear program of bringing back the diaspora.
Professor, let's talk Uganda's education sector. Over the years, we've been centered around theories. And when you look at China, which is part of course, it's not part entirely of the 135 countries, but as an overseer,
plus
the plus part of it. As China, when you look at their education system, at times on social media, we are looking at these videos and we are comparing with what an 8-year-old can do in Uganda and what an 8-year-old does in China.
Yeah.
And we just make humor out of it. But the reality is, this is where we are as a country, and it is affecting us.
Yeah.
So what should we do in regards to reshaping our education sector so that it is more practical and skill-oriented?
You know, I've heard about that. Many people talk about we need to review our curriculum, we want to make our training competence-based, we need to do this, we need to do that. But at the end of the day, it goes back to what our National Planning Authority does, you know? The NP, National Planning Authority. National Planning Authority has to plan for skill set for this country. What kind of skills do we need? Like when somebody is finishing primary 7, what kind of skills should they have? Senior 4, what kind of skills? Once we have that one, then we have to go back and say, what do you need to be able to impart those skills on the students? Because you see, if you go to some of the primary schools, you find they have no teachers. As much as we are saying the curriculum has issues, you go to a school and find that you're being told people are not qualified. You find that you need to teach people about biology, about chemistry, about even physics at primary, but some of these people have nothing to use, you know? You've seen some of our government schools in Sori State. So, but there are others that are really okay. So as a country, we need to push a lot of money to the education sector. Other countries put more than 25% of the national budget into the education sector. So we need to put more money.
Okay.
And the other challenge we have as a country is corruption. A lot of money in this country is stolen through corruption. So if we can reset our priorities and focus on the education sector, first of all, focus on training the teachers to ensure the teachers have the skills we want them to impart on the children, and ensure that in all schools have qualified teachers. And then we also go into the schools and provide the facilities that you need. If you talk about a kid in China, say they are so good, it's like here. If you are born in a family where there is a car, by the time you are 10, if you're a smart kid, you can actually drive a car.
True.
But
most of us learned how to drive a car, by the way,
if
because
you are
your
born in
father
a
has
family
a car.
where there is a TV, a kid of 2-3 years can actually switch on the TV and even change channels.
Even the smartphones.
But you know what? If you are born in a family where there is no TV, you can even finish Makerere University and go out. And then you visit a family, maybe when 33. And then they say, the remote is there, I say, can you turn on? I don't know how to turn on a TV. So these things happen.
You know, this is the funny part I wanted to go to. When you look at how we are also grooming children today, the generation has changed fully. A child, back in the time, some of us didn't know how to hold phones, and you only get the chance to hold a phone when you're in high school, when your friends from families that are, can afford these things do, and you feel left out.
Yes.
So should we now also take it back to the parents to ensure that they teach these children, encrypt them from a young age?
But not every parent has a phone.
Yes.
But what I'm basically saying,
true.
there are certain basics that we need.
Okay.
Like, for example, if you want students to be covered with technology, what are those toys we can take, like robotics, whatever, you know, those games we can take to primary schools, nursery schools, and the kids are able to play with that, you know. So, but all that requires money. We have to equip our schools. It is not I mean, if you went to China, or you went to UK, you went to US, you went to Finland, you can go to a nursery school. We have any Ugandans who are living in those countries, they take their children to nursery schools, who can get to know what is it they do in nursery schools. What did they do in the primary school sector and so on? And then we come here and replicate it, you know? So it's not that we don't know. At times, Parliament and other people do these visits abroad and so on. But they come back and write reports and that's it. So we need to put this into action. And I think this is the appropriate time. William Seven has been empowered. He's now chairperson of how many global organizations? NAM,
G77
plus now there is the South the South Summit. He's in the East African Community as an elder and so on. So we can really do a lot in that area.
All right, now on your screen what you're seeing is that the Chief Justice Alfonso Winnie-Dolo is actually writing in a visitor's book as we are waiting to see more details coming in from Parliament paying their last respects to the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, who was a woman representative for Dokolo district. And of course, besides or next to him is Honorable Norbert Mao, Right Honorable Norbert Mao, Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And of course, more details will be coming or proceeding. And of course, also Minister Jim Mwezi is also in Parliament to also pay his last respects for the late. So we expect quite a number of ministers. I've also seen the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Ruakana Rugunda, is also in attendance of the same. So we expect more of the ministers, and of course later on
the same party.
Oh,
the whole new PC.
Because later on I will definitely bring in Professor to give me his view of the let. We also need to hear his side of the story about the let, and it's actually from the same situation. Professor, before we get back to our topic, what do you remember most about the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal?
I mean, maybe may have so rested internal peace. I mean, that one is what you call a true politician. You know, and a true opposition. When you look at the current opposition we have in this country, they don't want to talk with the government in power. They think that if you are seen, like for example, Bob Wine is seen with M70, he's been bought. If Kizabes is seen with M70, he's bought.
If
but
they sit together
Cecilia
to
Ogwal
talk, it's
with somebody who was very principled as opposition. She's died opposition, but she's been able to work with everybody. And for me, that is something that is so important. And we need our politicians to really emulate her. And that's why you say everybody is happy with her. They will not say she was a sellout NRM or any party. No. She was principled, but she continued talking across across parties.
Yes.
Whenever there were issues, it should be with them. If it is with FDC, she's with them. If it is not with them. If it's an issue to do with NRM, it should be with them somehow, to some extent. So for me, she's somebody who lived her life well. But one of the things really she wanted in this country is for Uganda to be a multi-party democracy. And Obote at the very beginning messed them up. When they were drafting the constitution, Obote said, UPC should not participate. By the time they came in to participate, it was too late. And when she heard actually they are being left behind, they decided to run. You remember? I know Obote, that's when Obote dismissed them from the party. But when I look at UPC, they started. And where it is now. And you look at people like Honorable Siogwara now departing. So I see little hope for opposition because we are just
left
activists.
UPC, moved
to
FDC.
I don't see much because you see, if you see a main opposition party like NUP, you have a global event like what has been happening last week and this week in Uganda. And you come out to demonstrate, you come out to show people who have bad roads and so on. You come up to say there is no democracy. Then who are the people you want to lead? Because these meetings are bringing opportunities to Ugandans here. You know, they are the people you want to lead. So you would rather let the country benefit from these meetings. You know, if this meeting was in the US, you not see and let's say democracy in power. You don't see Republicans coming out to demean the US. You know, if it is in UK, you'll never see it. But it happens here because we are populists. You see opposition are just populists. You know, they want to play to the gallery and so on. And it's not good. It's not good for us as a country. But when you look at the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, she did her best. And I can assure you, today, and all the way up to the time of burial, you will see everybody in the political party system, people in the private sector, all over the place, they will be there to praise her. Even President Museveni will be there to praise her.
Yes.
Yes, he was opposition.
Indeed. And of course, we will be taking you to Parliament to give you more of that later on as we continue with our conversation. But also to let you know that what is happening at the Entebbe International Airport is that we are having, departures of the different heads of state and heads of government, heads of state, senior officials. We shall keep you updated with who will be leaving according to what we have so far. But also in today's meeting, what you're seeing on your screen, day 2 of the program, we are having closed door meetings, as you are definitely seeing. Constitutional of the plenary session of the heads of state already kicked off at the Speak Resort Munyonyo. That is the main Renzori Convention Center. And of course, that is going till 12:45 p.m. And by that time, will be lunchtime. Then afterwards, another closed session of the same to come out with the final document for the G77 plus China summit. And of course, more of that is coming here on your national broadcaster till day 3, which will be tomorrow, summing it up for the entire. But of course, live will be the closing session that will be coming in live on your national broadcaster later on in the evening. So keep your eyes glued here as our conversations continue. So are the events that are ongoing. Entebbe International Airport, our main focus point though is at the Speak Resort Munyonyo. Now back to studio here with Professor Bariam Reba. Professor, as we continue with our conversation of science and technology, technology innovation broadly, looking at it, what should the developing countries front in these meetings that are ongoing?
I mean, the developing countries, of course, you said it. It's, first of all, they need to cooperate among themselves.
Yes, the cooperation is very vital.
It's vital. They need to share resources. They need resources includes expertise. Like China is part of this meeting,
Yes.
but China is more advanced. Well, also other countries are a little bit more advanced. So sharing that expertise, trying to bring up the others that are at the lower level is important. But also, like if you look at Africa, we have a lot of minerals, we have a lot of resources. So other countries like China and others could come in and be the investors, bring in technology here, like in mining, in agriculture, you know, even like going to like in the health sector. We have good hospitals, but we can bring in technology in the health sector, even to the education sector. So what I'm looking at that, we should look at these people within this collaboration to actually become the real investors. Because when they come in as real investors, they are going to be, I would say, maybe lenient to us. Because you see, if you bring these developed countries like America and so on, they should come and invest. But they will not look at, you know why people want to get loans from China? Because they feel it, it feels like, you know.
It gives them less interest. You know, it asks for less interest.
And even the terms are not that stringent, you know.
But you know, they come with a long-term effect.
Yeah.
That I want us to look at. Many people are scared because they believe with the fact that China is giving us these loans at a low interest rate, the chances are we may have a long-term, you know, payment structure that we may not deal with.
Yeah, and you see, when the loans are cheap, they come to you easily.
Yes.
You are going to borrow a lot. And at the end of the day, your capacity to repay those loans dwindles. And that's why you see China is taking up airports, it's taking up ports, you know. It's going to start taking up like some of the railways constructed in Africa. So, of course, everything has the pros and the cons. But by and large, China has really tried to be a development partner of Africa. It has tried its best.
Well, what is coming in also live right now is images coming in from the Uganda Media Center. We expect an address ahead of the Tarehe Sita and of celebration. So we will be giving you also that feed coming in from there at the Uganda Media Center. I will tell you, for the last 2 weeks, we've been everywhere and making sure that we keep you up to speed with details regarding economy, social, political, security matters. The Media Center now, we also have our feet at Parliament, and of course on the 23rd for the Tarehe. When you look at what we're definitely going to be getting you ahead of the Tarehe Sita celebrations, what we have is the 23rd Tarehe Sita celebrations is what is going to be coming in. But of course, the address or the brief will be coming in shortly after, and we'll be giving you details of what will be addressed and of course what the organizing committee has in regards to these celebrations. But now, Professor, as we're continuing with our conversations in regards to debt sustainability as Africa or the developing countries in most cases, we are over borrowing, and at the end of it all,
even Uganda we're over borrowing.
Indeed, and at the end of it all,
and we borrow even to fund recurrent expenditure.
True, where we borrow to pay.
Hey, salaries and all this stuff. I mean, it's not sustainable.
Yes, and then the other worry is that most of the developing countries were as well asking to be pardoned. Like you've said, when you borrow, when you overborrow at times, you fail to pay back.
Yeah, but that has happened before. They have done it several times. It's like becoming a habit. Some of these developing countries, they want to borrow and be highly indebted, and then they say, please pardon us, pardon us. I think and that will keep us in this cycle of poverty. I think as African countries, as developing countries, we need to really act smart, We should not just overborrow, hoping that somebody is going to forgive some of the debts. So, but having said that, there are areas where, like Africa, if you are Africa or these developing countries, if you want to really be competitive, there are certain things we have to address, like issues of infrastructure, whether it is to do with power, whether it is to do with the schools, whether it is to do with roads. The infrastructure should be there. The issue of health services, people go to China, like Americans go to China, they go to India, because also they know that the healthcare system is good. If the healthcare system is not good, if I fall sick, are you going to fly me to Germany? I can die within an hour. So we need to ensure we address the health system. I mean, we just talked about the Right Honorable Cecilia Gwara, the late, and she was in India, where I think India, she had gone to India for treatment. But you see, you can imagine,
if we had,
we don't have a facility in Africa that can match what India is doing. South Africa had tried, but I think in the East African community, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, we should have a facility. That kind of facility does not cost more than $100 million.
So
we can't have a facility for the region.
It goes back to the priorities we're supposed to set as a country. And
we keep money within the region.
Well, Professor, science and technology, or innovation and technology, is a big and broader topic of discussion in today's generation. For the young innovators who are looking for government support or financial assistance from other investors that are in the country today, what are some, strategies they can lay, to have a plan to see the growth of their innovations? Because at times the government may fail to reach out to everybody. I mean, people in up country and all the like, but they can seek out for support from the private sector. But how can they come up with the plan?
You see, the plan has come from government. And the entities like the private sector foundation, because in a way you have to guide the sector. You have to guide people on where to have kind of innovations. Then there will be those outliers, where me as an individual know that I need to come up with an innovation to address problem X or challenge X. But by and large, they should be guided, and that ecosystem should involve universities. Even universities where we do research in universities, we could also be part of that system that guides these young innovators. And the way you guide them, of course, they will have people like mentors who will be working with them on these innovations. And when it comes to the issue of accessing finance and also accessing support, that is something that you have to ensure that is available. What I've seen that some young people come up with innovations, they say, I have an innovation, but at the end of the day, they end up not getting support. And some get support. So we need to streamline this sector of innovations. First of all, we need to, as a country, come up with what we think is critical, where we need to have innovations. People should come and start innovating in those sectors. But if some people have innovations outside that sector, then we can still, support them if they're critical innovations. Because if you look at countries like the United States, most of their money comes from the private sector. And if you look at companies like this Teresa, you look at Microsoft, you look at Google, they were startups a few years ago. But now, they are the companies that pay a lot of taxes for government. So we need to encourage such companies. But we have to first of all work on the environment. And when I look at Uganda, yes, we are trying, but it's scattered. We need to ensure that we have a clear framework that can promote these innovations. And the other thing we need to eliminate is having this, you find Ministry of ICT has innovations there, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation has money for innovations, you go to agriculture, have money for innovations. So these funds are scattered. we need to bring them together under one roof.
And well, of course, like I did mention earlier, we shall be taking you to the Uganda Media Center to check it out for the 43rd Tarehe Sita celebrations, as the Uganda People's Defense Forces will be giving us details on the preparations for the 43rd Tarehe Sita anniversary, and of course the celebrations that are slated for the 6th of February 2024. So of course our main focus at the media center will be how prepared the Uganda People's Defense Forces are, and of course taking us through the details of how the celebrations will be, and of course ushering you directly into the celebration. So as the UPDF is gearing up for the celebrations and also for the preparations, we shall be getting further details of that
UPDF
coming
has
in
been
our way.
prepared for the last 37 years. We are happy with the security, peace and security. They've done a great
No,
job.
we want to know how prepared they are for their celebrations of the 43rd. But well, Professor, back again to you. Innovations. There has been a worry that the young population, which has information about technology and innovation, is not well represented.
You want to in parliament?
Not in parliament, but at the desk of, you know, people who mobilize for the funds or decision makers. And it's like the people who are not well conversant with it are the ones at the top of the decision making. What needs to change?
You see, we've tried to do this representation thing.
Okay.
Like in the parliament, you have youth. You go to government, some of the ministers are young. You got some of these parastatals, you find young people. But I think when it comes to innovations, first of all, we have to create innovation ecosystems. And if there is like a good forum, then these youth you are talking about could use that forum to access funding. But what is happening, you have isolated cases where you have a certain group is taken to the president, they are given money. Yet you'll find that somebody in Guru, somebody in Kisoro has a good innovation, but is not able to access what?
Yes.
Those funds. So for me, if we are talking about representation, we need to bring them together like the way you see musicians.
Yes.
And when you bring them together, you don't want to leave them alone. You want also people who understand these sectors, are part of them, like to work with them. Because for example, you may have young people who don't know how to write a concept. Because the funding, most of the funding may even come from outside the government.
Okay.
A donor may be interested. So you want to ensure that these young people are not left alone. But having a forum for them is very, very important. And them having a critical representative is important. But also creating the spaces, because where are these innovations? Because you want to create spaces in universities, spaces within the districts, where somebody can go and access like a computer, access something, and they're able to work on their innovation. These spaces are not there. The other thing is, of course, taxes. Anybody who registers as a company, you have to start paying tax. So we need to have like a system where some of these young innovators, we can allow their companies to grow without having to kill them with taxes, because we are easily collecting taxes from everywhere.
Okay. And of course, thank you very much, Professor, for your time. And Professor's been here to take us through what is coming in from the G77 Summit. But now let's get to the Uganda Media Center, where the UPDF will be addressing the media in relation to the celebrations for the 43rd Tarehe Sita. And of course, this time round, it will be in Bugweri district, where the main celebrations will be. That is Busoga region, who will be hosting it. Let's get to Media Center.
I thought you were more than me, so the voices should be louder. This morning, I wish to welcome you to this press conference, and I want to thank you for making it in time. I know you had another one earlier, and I'd like to thank the Media Center for hosting us. It's not my day. As you can see, the CDF is accompanied by the stakeholders in the Tarehe Sita and the Army Week celebrations, with the Chief Political Commissar to his right and the Chief CIMIC to his left. These are the main actors in the Army Week activities, together with other MDAs. And so I would like to invite the CDF to come and brief the country on how we are going to celebrate Tarehe Sita and the Army Week activities and where. CDF, sir.
This one?
Yes, sir.
I think they realized there was a short man around, so they briefed the point. My chief political commissar, the CIMIC and the defense spokesperson, and the media fraternity. Good morning. First of all, although this is not my premises, they belong to this gentleman here, I want to welcome you here for this press briefing about Tarehe Sita, and I wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, because I haven't seen you since the year started. It's my honor to brief you about Tarehe Sita, and therefore this press briefing is part of our Tarehe Sita activities as we prepare for the 43rd anniversary. We are doing this because we want you to stimulate the public awareness, encourage discourse, and even give accountability to the nation about the birth, the growth, and continued growth of UPDF. You are already aware that Tarehe Sita is a historical annual event that UPDF celebrates with the Ugandans in a nostalgic way to commemorate the founding of a people's force through patriotic sacrifices, beginning with the Fronasa, NRA, UPDF, selflessly led by our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Now, why we are here is earlier on, commemorations until the 24th anniversary were always in the barracks. And but we would call the civilians, a few of them, but we realized they need to subsequently take commemorations out to the people so that we are with them and they with us. And we decided on a rotational, regionalized arrangement. You might have, if I can go a few years back, 2022, we were in Mbale, Massawa, or Elgon region. Last year we were in Mbarara, Greater Mbarara, and this year we will be in the Busoga region. So we have since the 25th anniversary, we have been going to regions. And I think by now, we have been to all the regions of Uganda. And so this time, we decided on Busoga, so that we can thank the people of Busoga, because they are the backbone of our security. And we also want to express solidarity with the people and symbolically give back to the population by doing certain activities for the benefit of the population, and also reaffirm the strategic link between us and the population. As I have already mentioned, UPDF has already covered all the regions of Uganda ever since we commenced the regionalization. And our activities are running this year on the theme celebrating the people's struggle for unity, security, and peace for socio-economic transformation. Why? The people, because nothing done outside the mandate and interests of Ugandans can endure any test whatsoever. I think it was Mao Zedong, yes, Mao Zedong of China, who said that the army is the fish and the people are the ocean or lake, if you want. So without the people, it means that there is no lake, and if there is no lake, I don't know whether the fish will survive. So the people, because nothing done outside the mandate and interests of Ugandans can endure any test. Struggle for unity, because united we stand and divided we fall. Now, peace and security, because human security is attracted by peace and security, and economic development can only take place when there is peace and security. So there is a nexus between security and development. All this for socio-economic transformation, because a poverty-stricken population is highly vulnerable to predatory influences. While the main gesture activities of 2024 shall be carried out in Busoga sub-region, UPDF has a busy week, which we normally call the Defense Forces Week, of such activities throughout the country, in all places where our units will be. And during these events, we sacrifice the little at our disposal to remind ourselves, and indeed the members of the public, that we are with them. The CIMIC activities that we shall be handling during this Defense Forces Week, among others, are sanitation, civil engineering activities, medical outreach programs of to include circumcision, eye clinics, and so on. Also ideological orientation and mind exchange. All these being a depiction that UPDF is a force which was founded on revolutionary principles. We thus use such occasions as the Defense Forces Week to reaffirm our character as a people's army. About our posture now, I can tell you that since the formation of this force by the revolutionary leader, we have remained an army with a correct ideological foundation that shuns sectarian tendencies while impressing national interests. We have fought out of a revolutionary conviction and always shunned any mercenary tendencies of being mere careerists. And we remind ourselves strict discipline, above all, upholding constitutionalism and the rule of law. We are perhaps the only group of government employees who have ever worked without a salary for years at one time, while putting our lives in line of death for the safety of our citizens and the country. So UPDF is resolute on delivering on all our 4 pillars of our mandate, and we are striving to consolidate our drive of building a professional, efficient, and effective force with the capabilities and capacity to guarantee the territorial integrity and regional stability. I want to tell you that we are committed to continue perfecting our capabilities of mitigating emergencies, swift, effective response to natural disasters, and providing foundation security in terms of averting or even defeating reactionary political upheavals. As UPDF, I want to assure you that we shall continue to increase our participation in the country's socio-economic transformation. We have, because we have been very busy trying to stabilize the country and also participate in regional stability interventions. So we have been working on the 3 main pillars. And obviously you know that the last one is contributing to national development by being a productive force. We are now engaged in some of these activities. We have delivered public projects, as you can see, at a cost maybe half the cost of what some of these projects would have taken. If some of you have been to Entebbe, you must have seen what we are doing in Entebbe. We are currently involved in construction of health centers on behalf of the Ministry of Health, schools on behalf of the Ministry of Education, and I think Nambole Stadium, for those who like football, you must be seeing a change there. We constructed an ICT hub for the Ministry of ICT here in Nakawa, and we're also now engaged in growing food for ourselves so that we stop buying food if you go to Kabamba, I think you should organize and they go there and see the number of acres we have opened up to produce food for our troops. And so on the fourth pillar of being a productive force, we have also embarked on that. But we are also now aware of the contemporary definition of security, which is no longer just human security, but also other areas other than just defense and security. And some of these areas are environmental degradation. And we are planning, we have already started planting trees. The CPC is the chief in charge. We have so far planted millions of trees, and we continue this year to sustain the offensive against environmental insecurity. We thus salute all those who always enthusiastically extend support towards the successful handling of Tarehe Sita and Defense Forces Week, and also towards the overall mandate of the UPDF. Because we think with the people, our work is always easy to accomplish, and the general public and all other MDAs of government and the local government leaders and other security agencies, even well-meaning international partners, are part of this success. We remain indebted to your solidarity, and we do not take this for granted. I want to say that we will remain committed and remain to be an institution that you can trust. I think Monitor sometimes back declared that UPDF is the most trusted public institution in Uganda. I'm sure this would be impossible without the rest of the institutions, because we don't work in isolation. And as the UPDF, we believe that coming together is the beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together will lead us to success. We want to salute those who have paid the ultimate price for the cause and freedom we now enjoy as we gather here. We also build on these sacrifices to continue professionalizing the army, making fit for purpose. We have done much in terms of human resource infrastructure, equipping and knitting, and we suffice to say that we have acceptably delivered on our mandate as laid down in Article 209 of our Constitution. Now, I have already told you that we have delivered on our mandate, and now we are also engaged in productive activities for national development. This stellar record is an outcome of the force being guided by a clear vision and leadership of securing the future, and also being quick and willing to learn. The UPDF will remain steadfast in contributing to Uganda's journey for economic and social transformation. And lastly, Allow me to thank the people of Uganda for support they have untiringly rendered to the UPDF throughout its various stages of development. We will also continue to commit to standing with our motherland through thick and thin. We are a military driven by our own experiences, a full accountability of our people detailing what we have accomplished and what we shall be doing this Tarehe Sita in Bugweri and Busoga will be detailed by the CPC and the CIMIC and the defense spokesperson on the National Launching Day, which I think is on the 24th this month at our defense headquarters in Mbuya. You are all welcome, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite members of the press for questions or anything that you need clarification for.
What question?
Mention your name, with your house, and you ask your question.
Thank you, General. My name is Diana Olweni from UBC. You talked about the 4 pillars and one of them about the construction projects that you are working on as UPDF. In total, how many projects has government entrusted UPDF to work on, and which of them have been a success? And then also, we also need an update on why you chose Bugweri. Is there a special case as to why you chose Bugweri district?
Well, Bugweri district will be the host for the 43rd celebrations of the Tarehe Sita this year. And of course, last year when they received the news, the Chabazinga felt proud, and of course he called upon the people of Busoga to warmly welcome the army. 43 years of that celebration, the UPDF. But also when you look at the developments that they are doing, I love the fact that they've collectively engaged into the private sector today, and they're making different changes for those. When you look at the NEC, for example, which is of course under UPDF as well, they're doing tremendously well in industrialization. We've seen UPDF go on to make some huge developments at the Nelson Mandela National Stadium, amongst many government projects that they've undertaken, even road construction, by the way, engineering, the UPDF Engineering Brigade, they're doing phenomenal work in there. So the 43rd celebrations will be in Bugweri district, that is on the 6th of February 2024. Professor, before we get back to the G77 summit, a word or two for the men in uniform.
I mean, they are doing great, and they are just a small part of the population. I think like they're about 100,000 now, just a small population.
Yes.
So, but I think what they are doing needs to be inculcated among all Ugandans. We talked about China. They have this program where all students, before they join university, they have to go for military training. Even in Norway they do it, and several other countries they do that. So and it brings out that kind of discipline. So I think in this country we could also, we leave out people who are already 40 and 50, but the young people need to be taken through. Leave alone this Chankwan's program, a real program where we take people to work with the community, and they are taken through some of these things, including military training. And it should be decentralized to all regions, you know, like for a period of 6 months to 1 year. I think it will help a lot. But back to the army, yes, I think they have done a lot in the area of peace and security. They have helped secure like Somalia. They've been in Central African Republic.
DRC.
Even only UPDF went to Rwanda, you know, 1994. They were there.
Yes.
DRC, they've been there. So we've been a regional force, and they have done so well. Here back at home, they've been a respected force, save for a few isolated incidents.
Tremendous.
But they've really done so well. And they have lots of good organizations within, like they have savings organizations.
Yes.
They have this, it's called what? Wazalendo. The biggest circle.
Just here, Security House.
Yes, biggest circle. This is, I think it's bigger than a bank now. It's really big. They engaged in various projects. You saw the one at the airport.
True.
And what I'm saying is that how can they now maybe see how they can work with students from university, like for internship, impart those skills so that these students can go out there and also replicate whatever they are doing. They are doing so well. And I think they should continue focusing on keeping peace and children in this country. They should also continue being like role models, bring out these examples, like you can actually do it.
Yes.
Because I've seen they have done a lot in this country. Now they're into road construction. So we are waiting to see the railway line. Done. I think they are part of it. They are part of Kira Motors.
Very true.
I've seen these bulletproof
vehicles that are being made by NEC.
So I think they are doing very well.
Okay, and also for the viewer out there watching us this fruitful morning as we are clicking into afternoon, we shall be linking up with the team that is at Speak Resort Munyonyo at 7 p.m. Why? It's because we shall be having the closing ceremony of the G77 summit. But before that, at midday, we shall be having a special sitting at Parliament where they will be remembering or paying their final respects to the late Honorable Cecilia Atim Ogwal, of course, before a journey of activities for her final days here on Earth. But also, besides that, as you can see, the images coming in from Parliament, we shall be taking you there in a short while. But before that, we shall also be having a side of views coming in from the Entebbe International Airport. That is for the departures coming in for the delegates that will be leaving the country. But as of now, the Vice President is also, or earlier on at Parliament, the Vice President, that is retired General Jessica Alupo, who is also at Parliament to pay her last respects to the late Honorable Cecilia Atim Ogwal. And of course, more of that will be coming your way here in your national broadcaster. But our focus back to the G77 summit, looking at the impact of the summit on innovation and technology. But now we're heading to Speak Resort Munyonyo as well, because on the sidelines we are definitely going to be having a brief presser as well on behalf. Of course, this is for day 2 of the G77 plus China summits, and it's as well going to be coming in on your screen. So today we have quite many things to bring to you, or quite many broadcasts to bring to you, and of course these are all live here on UBC.
But as these people leave the scene, like Cicero Gwar and others,
yes,
how are they leaving these political parties?
Because that is the worry that we've been having here. Because the opposition, as of today, when you look at Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, her example, and the kind of opposition we have today.
They are Manyam Shakers. Many of them are no longer active. Even this guy, is it Ogaro, who was in the ESC? He's a lawyer.
How am I forgetting?
Wandera Ogara, I think. Wandera something. These were senior people in politics. I see even Wafuro Gutu.
We have quite many others who are just retiring as of now. I don't know, from your perspective of the political side, when you look at today's current opposition, what should we do to see that we have a steady opposition, or are the chances very minimal?
I mean, we kind of like have no opposition. We have activists.
We do have opposition.
They are there.
We do have the National Unit Platform.
Like we have activists. You see, if you
have FDC.
Let me tell you something. And Kanokiza Vista had the opportunity to build an opposition party.
Okay.
But when he was in the limelight, when he felt he had power as opposition, he started fighting his own MPs within. Anybody who was within the party did not agree with him on any issue, would fight them and ensure that, he would even go to their constituencies and fight them. So that's how they started living. You remember? One by one. Now, at the end of the day, he found himself with he had almost killed FDC. Even this time around. But Honorable Nandra Mafabi was very, smart. He was able to stop
with the fractions.
Yes, but still, FDC is fractured. Now, when you look at what we call the main opposition party, people are worshipping Bobby Wine as if he's a cardinal or a pope, It's like nobody can comment. Even if he's wrong, nobody can say anything. And for me, that's not a good trait for building a political party or building an opposition. This guy, Right Honorable Joe Senyuen, he's a great friend of mine. He's very smart. But in terms of building a political party, I know he's very close to Bobby Wine. Bobby Wine could have actually looked at the other senior colleagues. Because, let's face it, the senior colleagues are there. And they are not happy. But they are there, they can't talk. You know? So when you build a party like that, you give NUP like another 4 years. It's going to split. You're supposed to go into other parties. I don't see Obed Bwanika remaining. There are several of them. They are going to be fought and they'll cross to other parties. Whether they win the seats is another issue. And you want to focus on building a party.
Okay, back to the lessons that they can pick from the late Honorable, who has been in the opposition for whole her political career.
She's been there. I mean, she was with the likes of Ruakana Rugunda. They were well trained, groomed by Milton Obote, President Milton Obote. He did a great job grooming them. Even President Museveni started from the research bureau. When Obote was president, he started from there. So I think what they can learn from them is that you don't have to join the government if you're in opposition to really work with them and serve this country. You can do much more.
From the opposition side?
From the opposition side, but when you're actually working with the government in power. But what we have seen is that the moment, let's say, the road mayor, as an example, is a road mayor of Kampala, but he can't go to State House in Entebbe. If he goes, they say he's bought. You cannot build opposition like that. You know, you would like to see Bobby Wine as a leader of opposition now. Meeting with President Museveni in the open, not like a closed whatever. You go and say, we need to meet. You discuss issues. We have these issues of people who were told allegedly that under detention, right? To what extent can Bobby Wine come out and say, I need to meet with President Museveni? He doesn't want to. There are things you can discuss as opposition. You build opposition, but also you work well with the government. And that, if that one was happening, we would not be having demonstrations during such meetings, like I talked about earlier. And for me, for the good of this country, we need to refocus. I don't think for you to be called opposition, you have to stay away from working with others. It doesn't work like that. I don't even see them working well with the FDC, the main FDC now. They are not. Yet they keep telling us that we want to unite, the people want us to unite. And I keep telling them, if people want you to unite, why can't you form one political party? One, with good structures and they all fit in there. But they don't want to. They keep deceiving the people. They say we are uniting at the top. It can't work like that.
Well, Professor, let's get back to our topic of concern here, looking at the impact that the G77 summit, as we await for the presser that is going to be coming in shortly. As you can see on your screen, we expect a presser for day 2 of day 2 of the G77 plus China summit that is ongoing at Speak Resort Munyonyo. Tonight in the evening, we shall be expecting the closing session of the summit. And well, tomorrow, the official departures of the rest of the delegates will be kicking off. But then also, when you look at, in your own opinion, to what extent, for example, does the high debt burdens in Africa, these debt burdens that we have, to what extent are they likely to affect, the growth climate of Africa?
Because if you have debts, you need to make more money to be able to repay. You live around the issue of forgiving your debts. But what I say, like for example, like for Uganda now, this meeting, it's a great opportunity. And I would suspect or expect, at times we say investments are coming, but at times you don't see the investments in the quantities that have been kind of projected. But out of these summits, I expect us to have foreign direct investment in the range of $5 billion in the next 1 or 2 years. And that is big for us as a country. But when it comes to the debt burden across Africa, it is huge. And some of it is due to bad governance. You'll go to some of these countries like in West Africa, a government changes, another government comes in. Those who are leaving, they leave when they have stolen money, others come in, bring in money. So they just borrow, just to survive. But the debt burden is real. Ours is almost reaching, in Uganda is almost reaching $100 trillion. Shillings, trillion shillings. That is high.
Okay.
A big part of our budget is into servicing that debt.
Because when you look at it here, Professor,
going to
Chinese loan
constrain us.
commitments peaked at over 73 billion US dollars of Africa's external debt. That was of 2020. And close to 9 billion from the private development and economic growth. Where does this leave our economic growth?
But you see, that one is big. But also what is worrying is domestic borrowing. The money we are borrowing from local banks, local financial institutions. Because there the interest rate is high. You don't pay less than 15%, you know?
Yes.
So yet on the other ones, you are paying like 1 to 3%,
okay.
You know, concession loans. So it is huge. And that is why the West is always saying China is not good for Africa. China is going to end up taking Africa. You know, like when you go to like countries like DRC, they have taken up mining concessions. You go to Zambia, the same thing, because of the money they borrow the country. So it is good that you are getting this cheap money from China, but at the same time, are our governments really planning so well to repay these loans? You remember in Kenya, they want to take over, is it Port Mombasa? Because of the loans, I think they negotiated again. So the loans are coming in, yes, but I think we need to focus on putting these loans in like sectors, economic sectors, that can bring high return on investment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're looking at financing the young generation in innovation. China, of course, is being the big external creditor for African countries, or for the South in this situation. Should we involve it greatly also in helping these young ones develop faster in technology?
You know, you involve them, fine. But again, we have to look at the scale of our innovations. If you're bringing these loans, what's the return on that investment? Because we need to put money in innovations that can have high impact. You remember the money we put in the Operation Wealth Creation, the one we put in the Emioga, the one you're putting in the Paris Development Model. Now for the Paris Development Model, when you go to most of the districts, they tell you that the people have used it on other things, like paying for weddings, paying for burials, paying for school fees, you know, not the original intended purpose. And we are lucky not to get it back, yet it was supposed to, you know, be paid so other people can use it. So it is good. We have so many people that are involved in innovations. But like I said earlier, if we are going to finance them, we should have a framework. And maybe we involve one of the banks. We have this, is it Uganda Development Corporation, UDC. Not many people access funds from there. But if we could put a structure in place so that people cannot actually are going to get funding from there, it would actually work. But if it can't, then we can also work with the local banks, like Centenary Bank, like Stanbic, where we put the funds there. They are involved like in the process of financing these innovations. They're able to go in and assess. Because at times, we may find something we are calling an innovation when it's not. Yet for them, they are put up structures. If you go to these banks like Equity, they have those structures of assessing the innovation, look at its potential, and then they give you funding.
But well, the other worry is we have a huge loan appetite. So what should be done to reverse this loan appetite, really?
It comes from
because
the
it's taking us back.
You know, people keep blaming President Museveni. He's not the one who... These loans, you also find them in parliament, some of them. So we have people, the technocrats, like PSs in ministries, government ministries and these agencies, that they borrow. At times when they borrow this money, it spends even like 5 years without being utilized. You're aware of some of those loans.
Yes.
You borrow, interest is accumulating, but the loan has not been utilized. 5 years down the road. So we have this appetite. But I think there is a need for serious coordination at Minister of Finance level. And the PSST, he really needs to do much more than what he's doing. Because we are borrowing. And like in the last maybe 6 months, we've already added about 8 trillion shillings on the debt burden. You know? So, and the other element is where we have an approved budget. And then in the first quarter, we're already looking for supplementary budgets. So it shows that there is some issue with the way we budget, you know. So we need to strengthen our budgeting system and ensure that at the end of the day, if we are to do a supplementary, it comes like in the last quarter. not in the first quarter of the budget. Because if we are budgeted and in the first quarter we are doing supplementaries and there is no emergency like a borrow or something,
and the supplementaries have already been passed.
Yes. So the budgeting, there are issues with the budgeting process.
Well, what you're seeing on the screen is the Right Honourable Prime Minister, Right Honourable Robin Anabanja, who is also at Parliament today for the special seating. Of course, the special seating is scheduled.
But you can see everybody is coming.
Exactly.
Everybody.
Even those
that
from the main government.
The Right Honourable Sisi Ogwara was.
Indeed.
Actually, I'm calling her Right Honourable because she was supposed to be leader of opposition. But I don't know why they never gave her. Now we can give her the date.
And, well, of course, we shall be bringing you more from Parliament as well during the special sitting that will be to pay the last respects of the late Honourable Cecilia Atim Ogwal. Now, of course, the Right Honourable Prime Minister is also there on ground. And, of course, we also have Patrick Amuriat, who is also there. She was from the FDC, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And of course, we shall be giving you more details of the same coming in from Parliament. But as of now, let's get back to this issue. You've mentioned something very critical when you say that at times there are innovations we look at that may not seem like innovations.
Yeah. You have to look at the financial viability.
Exactly. Now, we have an issue of finding market for products. We actually have a plant here. We have an industry here making phones.
The ones who are importing, exporting to Morocco.
When you look at such, looking for market of our innovations, how hard has it been? Is it the quality of the phones, or okay, let's say of the innovations, or is it that we've failed to find the market?
It's both. It's both. It has to do with the quality and also the market. I'll give you a simple example of juice. If you do a sampling, you find even us Ugandans, we are preferring juice that is coming from Kenya, this pick and peel. People don't look at the other brands as like serious juice because I don't know, pick and peel, but that's the Kenyan brand, you know. Yet I think our juice is also of the same quality. But at times it's about branding and it's about how we promote our own products. Like look at the example of milk, Jessa. Jessa really has done it, and we need to give credit to the late Murwana. He did a great job. When you go to any market, whether it is the European ambassador, whoever it is, you see them looking for Jessa milk. You know, so we need to do the same with most of our products. Now, when it comes to, like you talked about phones, how much of that phone are we manufacturing here locally? Most of it we're just assembling. We are getting parts from China here and there, and then add a few things and say, phone made in Uganda.
But it's a good start.
It's a good start.
It's a good start.
But you see, when you do that, then you have to maintain the quality of each product you bring on board. Because you want this phone to be cheap, then you are going to end up bringing in products that are not what? Components that are not of that high quality. So for me, it's a good start. But again, you have to ask yourself, why aren't Ugandans buying a lot of that phone?
Because they're not appreciative of what is being made here, I want to believe.
They appreciate, but at times if you look at like Samsung, they manufacture like 1 billion phones. They are going to sell them worldwide. In terms of economies of scale, their phone is going to come here cheap. The one that's manufactured here will not compete easily because they look at more or less the same phone, but the Samsung one will be much cheaper. They are these Techno whatever is from China because they also manufacture them in bulk. You know, China, when you talk about phones, its market is close to like 2 billion. The people are less than 2 billion, but you find one person has more than one phone.
True.
So the local market alone is that big. So when they are manufacturing for the local market and the market for export, you're going to be manufacturing so many. So in terms of economies of scale, that's likely to be cheaper. You see, like rice. Here we grow rice. In Tanzania they grow rice. But when we take it through the process and finally have the final product, it is good rice, but it cannot easily compete with one from Pakistan and so on, because there, the scale of production is so high. So we need also to focus on that. And I think that's why I talked about the value chain and also like specialization, because we tend to focus on everything. Look at this money we got for the Paris development model. we into everything. You find people into piggery, other into chicken, other into this.
So
you go into everything.
We've not specialized on what we can do
but
best.
If we focused in a few areas and they say Uganda is good for coffee, Uganda is good for tea, Uganda is good for like maybe this cow meat, beef, and so on, then we can actually do it in big quantities and be able to export. When I was in school, beef used to come from Brazil. Remember? We'll get it even from one food program, bring it to schools, you know. Sardines were coming from Norway.
There's even a time sugar was coming from there.
Yes. And they were known for that. And even today, they still export. And you cannot compete with their beef because they are producing it in bulk. So now for us here in Lake Victoria, we have our Mputa and what? This Nile patch, you have the Nile patch, all these whatevers. But to what extent are we really making Uganda like #1 exporter of fish? In terms of quality, you know, we were exporting the European Union, and at some point they said, hey, the fish quality is not that good. So the issue of standards is very critical. It keeps coming in. Standard of our goods and services. And of course, it's also part of our culture. That's why government pays somebody for a contract to construct a road. And after 3 years or 2 years, you see it being patched. Yet the government has paid you money. You know? The quality.
So it's self-inflicting. We are doing self-destruction in the long run.
But I think in this period now, PM7 has been strengthened. And I think it's going to really hit hard on those people who are really doing study works. And, you know, I see the next like 5 years or so. You know, PM7 is coming back in 2026 as president. So I see that term of 2026-31 to really bring about a lot of change. In terms of the way we do things in this country.
Okay, and as we wait, because for now we are holding the chairmanship for now 3 years. For
3 years.
the G77 summit 1 year.
So in 2026 we'll still be chairman.
Till 2027.
Yes.
So, but when you look at it from the G77 perspective, developing countries, quality is something we need to look at. Of course, you've been highlighting the
even
fact
China
that,
had
you know,
issues of quality. But now in China, they have quality for various countries. They have a standard for like the West,
A+.
the EU and so on. Those are for exporting to the US and so on.
Been told that
they have also quality for China in Thailand.
They categorize
They
it
have
in
now
3.
quality for Africa.
Because that is what you can afford at that time.
You want cheap things, they make them for you. You want a shirt that is cheap, they'll make it. It will look like the one they export in the US, but you'll wear it for 1 or 2 years and it's done.
As long as you enjoy the quality.
Yes.
So they want you to enjoy at least.
They deal with your need, your immediate need, and that's
I think that is something we should as well try to think
Even when we look
of.
at things like tiles, you bring tiles, they have different categories. You have those, you bring here, you use them, and they will not last much, much longer, you know. So they've come up with those grades. But in Africa, really, we have a lot of natural resources. If we can really address the issue of quality, and this we can address by bringing on partners, you know, like, you know, get some of those good companies in Europe and US to partner with the locals. We keep talking about local content to ensure that the local content, the local companies like are taking at least 50%. The other ones come in, but to ensure that whatever you are producing is world class, then you export.
Professors, we are looking at innovation and technology. Last year, the government, through the ministry, launched the digital transformation roadmap. Do you think it is going to meet what we really need? Of course, it is on the right track because it is enhancing technology.
We have all these good documents. Uganda has always had them.
Okay.
But the issue is implementation, the issue is impact on the ground.
How do we bring the people up country, deep in the villages, into the system?
So if you go to, let's say, up-country schools and you talk about the digital transformation, they really don't know much. First of all, they don't have even a computer to do word processing for the students. So you have these good policy documents, but at the end of the day, it goes back to funding, financing. To what extent are we going to ensure that every part of this country is benefiting? You know, so it is a good document. It's supposed to bring about digital transformation. We're talking about providing digital skills. I saw them signing an agreement with ICDL of South Africa. These are the ones who train people on how to use the computer and so on. But you can even go here in Kampala, in the government ministries and departments, and still find people who don't know how to use a computer very well.
That is the worry I was telling you, that
they don't.
People who are on the decision-making board have no information or don't know how the trends work.
We really need to do some serious work within government, you know. You go to districts, you still find people who know how to use computers.
Should we make reshuffles?
And then how do you again go to the communities?
Professor, should we make reshuffles? For those who don't know how to use the things, and we employ the young ones who know how to do.
You want to send away 90% of public service. I think people have to be, there's what we call capacity building.
Okay.
We have to retool them. But you have to have a clear program. And it all goes back to money, financing. They have that digital transformation framework. How much funding do they have? I saw some money from World Bank, but it's not enough.
For the transformation.
But the other thing is to ensure that you ensure each institution, if it's an agency, it's a ministry, you ensure that they take it up. You work with them. You, like you say, want this to happen in your ministry, but you have the money within your budget to ensure this is done.
Wow. And of course, the financing is still something that most of the developing countries are still battling with. When you look back also at the fact
but
that...
also we need to go back to the issue of taxes. We are collecting too much tax from people.
And it is not being implemented.
People are moving into mobile money, you know? Because not everybody can have an account with a bank. People are starting to use the mobile phone.
But the charges are quite high.
But now the charges are becoming prohibitive. Any money you put on the phone, by the time, if it is 200, by the time you finish using it, already like 20,000 or even 30,000 is already gone in taxes, charges. So it discourages people. Now people have to keep the actual cash. And you're losing out on that.
Because many of them are actually running away from the bank because of the charges as well.
And when you look at countries like the US, I mean the Western world, that use credit cards, visas, the charge is so low. That's why you rarely see people using cash. Actually in the US, most hotels, you cannot go there with your cash and you are paying dollars. It's their money, it's the dollar, but they can't take it. You have to use credit card. You know, even Europe. But here, the mobile economy, whatever money economy had taken off. But in Uganda, you're pushing it back with so many taxes. Yet we are missing out. Because you see, when people put the money on the phone and they are buying something, you're able to monitor to see that people are actually spending money, people have money, and it is there. But now the moment they take it back and keep it under their beds, then you can't even know that they have it. So I'm not saying you should not charge taxes. They should be there. But it should not be that high.
Okay.
They're really high.
Well, we're looking at some of the issues that are affecting the developing countries to benefit from such decisions that are being cited at the G77 summit, one of which is innovation and technology, which is being looked at as a bigger shaper of the growth of these economies. Of course, they're still struggling with quite a number of issues here and there, financing, climate change issues, and then also looking at the fact that some, apart from us really, food insecurity, bigger issue also for many. But for us who are ideally a food basket for Africa, we are not really struggling with such issues. And furthermore, the president really did hint on that, saying in Uganda, besides the reports from international media, the food is here. And that I think we do have the food.
The food is here, but the distribution. There are people who are starving. You'll find food rotting. Let's say in the southern part of Western Uganda, you cross Karamoja, people are starving. So again, the distribution, even the post-harvest handling is important. That's why we want to export maize, and they say, no, your maize is not okay, because of the aflatoxins and so on. So we have real food that is not questionable. But also the issue now of this unpredictable weather. You know, recently I traveled in some part of Uganda and the banana plants were all down because of wind and so on, all that. So to me, we need to do more to support the farmers in terms of even irrigation. In some parts of this country, we need some irrigation, but also to handle the post-harvest handling.
Professor, let's look at human capital development here. China, for many years, has been hailed as one of the countries that have focused more on developing the human resource. And their human resource management is top-notch, to the fact that we've heard of reports whereby even prisoners are being, taken to African countries to construct, build. The money is going back to the government.
But that has been the case for years. Let me tell you, even when I was at Mackay University in 2007, and we're constructing that building for the biggest building at Makerere. We call it Block B. I was the dean of the faculty of computing and IT, and we're constructing it using internally generated funds. I continued interacting with those people. I came to learn that more than 90% of the people they had on site, you know, were all from prisons in China. They were prisoners. Hey. So those are the people they use. These companies get those people from prisons, bring them here, and they make money.
Okay. So how do we develop ours? Let's look at development from childhood
I've seen
stages.
the Commissioner General of Prisons, he uses them. They're always on farms all over the place.
Besides the prisons, Professor, I want to look at development of
the human capital.
Students, those in the working force. How do we, push for them to grow financially? Because you also have to make sure that you pay them well.
And I would like to commend the Minister of Education and Sports in that area, because this institution called Uganda Business and Technical Examinations Board, or UBTEB, has done a lot. They now have more than 200,000 people training in these vocational courses, where you get hands-on skills. Now, we also have the universities. They are producing graduates. But the challenge we have is that the graduates that are being produced, these people move around, they tend not to get jobs. They tend not to find the jobs. So we need also to produce those who can create jobs for others. And that's why we go back to the innovations. If you're able to get some good companies, startups, and each startup is able to employ 100 graduates, then we are addressing the issue of job creation. But I see now, many Ugandans are going to Saudi Arabia, are going to the Middle East, to work as house girls, house boys, Zamba boys, and they have degrees. They have diplomas, We need to, I think, to reverse that trend. Sending a graduate to work as a maid in the Middle East is demeaning. Okay. So we need to create jobs here locally. And the president has tried to open up so many companies. I see him going all over the place. But at the end of the day, we keep asking, these companies are being opened, they are being launched in this country. To what extent are they really employing Ugandans? Are they really creating jobs? And we want to see these reports from Uganda Investment Authority. Because last year, the president opened more than, I think, 200 companies. Now, if we were to look at it in terms of jobs, if each company is employing, let's say, 100 Ugandans, we look at 20,000 jobs. But are they there? We also have the mining sector. How many jobs have we created in the mining sector? I see several companies being registered and so on. So for me, I think the potential still lies in the agriculture sector, the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay. So how do we move into commercial agriculture? And that one requires us, because back in the villages, land is so fragmented. Everybody has a small piece. Then when you're talking about commercial agriculture, you can't do it on that kind of environment.
Well, Professor, as we're winding up with this conversation as well, I would like to hear from you. We have a year of holding the chairmanship for the G77 plus China. What should we do in order to ensure that we steer this ship in the right direction where we shall benefit, but also give direction for the other developing countries?
You see, they have a mission, they have a vision as the G77 plus China. And I think the president, with the technical people, that's what they are supposed to really focus on. But for us as a country, we need to ensure that we use this to benefit as a country. Let all those countries know about Uganda in terms of what we can offer when it comes to the tourism sector, when it comes to the private sector, the opportunities in Uganda. So I expect us to use it as a platform to sell Uganda to the world. But at the same time to focus on the common objectives of the organization.
Okay.
So as a country, by the time we hand over like this, we should say, yes, Uganda will have benefited. We should see our exports going to all these countries, the 135. We should be able to export all of them.
Okay.
Okay? And we have a lot to export in this country. So we want to see some of them coming here as investors. Okay? So if we could get like maybe out of 135, if we can get like 50 countries coming here and setting up base. I saw Namibia talking to our private sector say, you need to come to Namibia. They are doing so well. So we need that. They should also take some Ugandan companies
to
that
Namibia.
side. They should get like Professor
It's actually growing
to
so
go
well.
to Namibia, to go to Zambia and start up a university, you know. So we need that cross-pollination. So we want to see industries set up here. We need to see our private sector strengthened out of this. We also want to see Ugandans going out there and doing a lot of that. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Professor, for your time.
You're welcome.
And of course, Professor Venatius Bariamreva has been here giving us an insight into the impact of the G77 summit onto Uganda's innovation and technology sector, or onto the innovation and technology sector for the developing countries, because entirely the G77 plus China's is a combination of 135 developing countries. And then China comes up as the bigger brother to oversee and of course support these member countries. They're in the country for the G77 plus China under the theme, leaving no one behind. That is the third South Summit, of course. And from the 21st to the 23rd is tomorrow. Today evening, we shall be bringing you the closing ceremony, the official closing ceremony of the same. But we do have our eyes at the Entebbe International Airport. Why is that so? It is because we have departures of different delegates, heads of state, heads of government, and of course government representatives who will as well be leaving the country, following the fact that we've been having a long week of a NAM summit as well as the G77 plus China summit. But also we also have our eyes still at Parliament, as we'll be bringing you details from the special sitting that will have Parliament pay their last respects to the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. May her soul rest in eternal peace. But as of now, our conversation does end here. I am Joram Paul Sonko, but stick around to your national broadcaster. More of the G77 plus China summit is yet to come. Good afternoon.
how to use the EIPP. Welcome to the Electronic Investors and Protection Portal, your guide to seamless investment processes in Uganda. Step 1. Navigate the portal. Start by searching Protection statehouseinvest.go.ug on Google. Use the menu bar for various tasks. Step 2. Submitting a complaint. To lodge a complaint, click Report. Fill out the form, submit and note your reference number. Step 3. Making an inquiry. For inquiries, select Inquiry. Complete the form, submit and record your reference number. Step 4. Whistleblowing. To report anonymously, choose Whistleblow, fill the form and submit. Step 5. Accessing FAQs. Find the answers to the common questions under the FAQs link. Step 6. Seeking information. For investment cycle guidance, hover over Resources, click Resources Center and explore. Step 7. Exploring services. Hover over Services for stakeholder offerings like business registration. Step 8. Tracking progress. To track submissions, click Report, select Track Inquiry or Complaint. Enter your reference number and check your email for updates. Need more help? Call +256 326 100 630 or email info@statehouseinvest.go.ug.
Amabara gange nibanyeta Tusime Elizabeth, chairperson Chaka Central Market Vendors Sacco.
I want to express our gratitude to the government for providing us with Emyoga funds. As business women, we are dedicated to enhancing our living standards. We received 30 million as seed capital, benefiting 340 women, 170 men, 70 people with disabilities, and 110 youth.
Abaseija 170 beneficiaries who have already benefited. Twine PWDs 70. Twine youth 110.
Our business range from poultry keeping to purchasing land and paying school fees, particularly for single mothers and even constructing homes. We are making significant progress.
Have you packed more with Harbour jelly and Harbour foam? Yes, we packed. It will protect your skin from skin rashes. More with pack. It is a new improved more with Harbour jelly. So soft and smooth. It is a more with Harbour jelly.
Tell me, kids, the scent. Any irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Herbal Jelly and Herbal Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence. Kimanyiddwa buli 14 Februari omwaka gwonna ebeera Valentine eyaluna egenda kuba ndala nnyo. Tugenda kubeera mu Love Legends Valentine ne Victor Rose ku Kingdom Kampala ng'abanaakeerako okusasula bajja kusasula omutwalo gumu, ate abalala emitwalo 2, VIP emitwalo 5. Abanaakeerako okusasula emmeeza bajja kusasula kakadde, ate wali ku mulyango $2,000,000. Mujje twekuba ma love ku Kingdom Kampala ku Valentine's Day ne Victor Rose.
Nebiwagirwa Star TV.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
107.3, Kampala 96.9, Mbale 95.7, Jinja 98.6, Soroti. You are all covered.
UBC Butego. UBC Butego.
Well, I'm still smiling because we were told to smile. And at this time, we're heading to Parliament or the August House. Of course, there's a special seating to remember or to pay the last respect to the late Honorable Cecilia Atim Ogwal, who has been the woman representative for Dokolo. And of course, we do have many legislators at Parliament currently, members or ministers from the cabinet also part of that. Of course, the leader of government business, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Deputy President, High Excellency, retired General, that is retired Major rather, Jessica Alupo, who is also in there in Parliament. Of course, this special sitting is going to be led by the Speaker to Parliament, Right Honorable Anita Ann Among, who will be leading all this today's proceedings in Parliament.